Okay, so I have been talking for the past how long? 15 minutes. Thanks for that, John Meadow. So yeah, I didn't have that set up right. So we are going to go back to the beginning of this, and well, sorry for everybody who is following this later and watching this later and suddenly going, why am I looking at a TiltFive screen for ages and not hearing Baz talk? I had not set up my OBS correctly. So let me know in stream if the audio is clear now and actually coming through. So yeah, as I was saying in the beginning when nobody could hear me, I've been having a bunch of internet problems with my current ISP. We had some issues with on the last stream with that, well, it was looking bad when I just had everything set up earlier today as well, but it seems to be holding. I'm not really getting the best bit rate. Definitely YouTube is still complaining that that it is too low, but hopefully it is good enough for what it is that we're doing today, and we'll see if it's good enough and whether it improves or not. Fingers crossed, let's say it that way. So yeah, today's stream is about Godot and TiltFive. Now, first things first, as you can see, I don't have my camera up and running. I am reorganizing a few things over here, and currently have my old camera hooked up to a different setup. And I'm looking actually at getting a new camera setup for this computer for streaming. But for what we're going to do today, the camera isn't really that useful. Obviously, when we are looking at the TiltFive, as you can see in the on the TiltFive website, that's nicely going on in the background. Yeah, they have this really cool Mixcast setup that is integrated into their Unity drivers, or combined with it. I'm not quite sure how they set it up because I haven't worked with it. At some point, I do want to have a look at adding similar functionality to Godot. It's definitely possible with what we set up. We just need to combine it all. Might have a look at either using Live or also using Mixcast. Hopefully, someone from Mixcast might be interested and working together with us on that. We'll see. That's for the future. But for today's stream, because we are still using beta software from TiltFive, and we in that respect are still waiting for an official release. Yeah, I just wanted to do a video with a very basic setup, just walking through all the steps and what needs to be installed, so that people can start playing around with it. We've actually had TiltFive support for a couple of months now. Many thanks to the work of Patrick Down, who has been diligently working on it for actually quite some time now. He had basic support working for Godot 3 for quite some time. But only single player. In Godot 4, we've managed to get multiplayer working. There are still some things that are still on the list of to-dos. One is that we're waiting on some enhancements on the TiltFive side before we have full Vulkan support. So today we're going to be using the compatibility renderer for getting started. But we do have Vulkan support kind of working. But like I said, we actually need one more fix from the TiltFive side to make it properly work. So that's coming. But the other thing is we do need to be using beta software on the TiltFive side. It's not been officially released yet, even though it works pretty damn well. But once TiltFive officially releases their drivers, we can do an official release of the TiltFive plugin for Godot. And then then I'll probably make a proper video, and I'll also try to do either some sort of mixcast thing, or see if I can do some recording through the lenses. So yeah, okay. The first thing that we need to do is download software. It's obviously already installed on my computer, but I'm going to go and show where it is because it is a bit tricky to find. Because when you go down to download, actually I'm probably going to go for support, downloads, then as I found out a minute ago, if you click on any of the download links, it starts automatically downloading. What we need to go to is our past release notes. And then under release notes here, we find our beta version. So our current release is 1.3. If you have that installed, that doesn't work with Godot. You have to install their beta release, which is the 1.40 beta 6 public beta. That's the one that that works with Godot, and you can have some fun with it. In theory, it should work on multiple platforms. I've only tested it on Windows. We're still looking into Android support. That should, in theory, all be possible to run as well. But I don't think we've configured the builds for that yet. However, you simply install the Windows drivers. You don't need to install the SDK, if I am correct, because that is already combined with the plugin. But you need to install the drivers. And if that is all up and running correctly, you should have this nice little window, which is TiltFive control panel. We can see that we have our game board. And I have 2 sets of glasses connected and 2 ones connected. And we're probably going to have some fun because I can't remember which one is which. And I can only wear 1 set of glasses at a time. So, but we'll see that Godot will pick that up and automatically create 2 players for us, which is really cool. So, with the TiltFive drivers installed, we obviously need Godot. And in this case, you can simply download the latest version of Godot, 4.11. Now, there is a bug in 4.11 when you are using stereo rendering and you have animations that can fail. Might actually work correctly in our setup because we're also outputting to screen. You might get lucky. I'm not sure. But be aware of that. That will be fixed in the 4.12 release. And hopefully, knock on wood, that is going to be released any day now. But be aware that there is a known bug in 4.11 when using stereoscopic rendering on the compatibility renderer. And you have animations. They can mess up. The strange little workaround for that is to make sure that you have at least 1 non-stereoscopic viewport in your project. And again, that might be our saving grace in this case, because in TiltFive we always have additional output to screen, and that might just save us. Sorry, I needed to drink something. Okay, so that's Godot. And obviously, I already have Godot 4.11 running, so we'll just be using that version. Now, the last thing that we need is the TiltFive plugin. Now, obviously, that is one that once we have an official release, we will be putting on the asset library. However, at this point in time, we haven't gotten an official release yet, so we need to go to releases on the Godot VR TiltFive repository, and you will find our Beta 1 pre-release here, which actually was built when 4.1 was not yet officially there. So you can see that we have this, have had this running for a little while now. All right. Unfold assets down here, and there is a zip file, and we simply download that zip file. There we go. All right. Our next step is creating a project. Yeah, go away. Boom. New project. There we go. And I shall put that, I might just put that over here. And we're going to say test TiltFive, create folder. We're going to use the compatibility renderer for this little test. Create and edit. And there we go. We have our project all ready to go. Now, next step obviously is going to our downloads folder. And inside of there is an add-ons folder, and that is the folder that we're going to go and copy into our TiltFive folder. So inside of this, we can close that now. we'll find our TiltFive folder, and we'll find the TiltFive plugin, including the Windows binaries at this point in time. So as I said before, right now, it should be working for other platforms, but it only currently compiles for Windows. So that is something that we're still actively working on, and also looking people who want to test stuff on other platforms and see if we can get the builds correct for those. So yeah, anybody who wants to help out, that would be really cool. Alrighty. So with all that set up, we now need to go into project settings, and I believe that these instructions are in here. Yep. All right. And the first thing that we're going to do, there is no plugin to enable. That's easy. That's interesting. That should be there. That's not going to. Okay, so the first thing that we're actually going to do is going to start up by setting up our system. So I always like to create a new scene called main, and the thing that we need to add. Why does that not find it? That's interesting. Oh, because that is a normal node. Okay, cool. Manager. Why aren't you not finding that? TiltFive interface is over here. It's a tool script. Probably I need to restart. Identify not found. TiltFive XR interface. That's just okay. Let me just restart this project. That is a problem that we sometimes have with Godot 4. So I'm going to go quit to the project list. I'm just going to go and restart it and see if it now wants to work. Why not? It is not loading my plugin in. Why not? What am I missing? Because that is supposed to be coming from okay. Oh, hold on. Projects autoload. Isn't that in the instructions? In the autoload to TiltFive script. Okay. TiltFive interface, add, and that's enabled. Okay. Let's see if it now understands it. Maybe that was the thing that I missed. That's looking better. Okay, so that's the step that I forgot. We needed to make sure that the T5 interface script is auto-loaded, which it right now is, and that actually registers our TiltFive interface, and that should now also mean that in our settings, we now have a TiltFive entry. Cool. Before we go there, we're first going to go to shaders, and we need to enable our stereo shaders, our XR shaders, and it of course wants to restart it up and down. That actually needs to be removed. I need to change that because there really isn't a point of that restart. But for now, we will run through that, and then obviously we can set up our TiltFive information any way we want to. This is just some information that gets sent to the TiltFive drivers and allows the T5 interface to give some information about the game that is currently running. Not completely sure where that shows up though, but it is something that the TiltFive interface requires. I'm just going to leave that at defaults. The defaults will work fine for now. Note that we're not setting anything on OpenXR. We are not using OpenXR here. We are using the TiltFive interface. All right, cool. Now with that added, hopefully that will allow. Okay, that I need to improve because that means that I just need to do that through a node 3D, and we're going to go here to script, and we're going to say load add-ons TiltFive, and we're going to add our T5 manager node in there. That actually reminds me, there should be a scenes folder in here. Am I on an too old version? Is that why I'm being confused? That might be the problem. Let me have a look. I know that we got the improvement demo. Maybe I haven't created the new anything yet. Example, TiltFive. Yeah, see, I've got more things in here. I've got the materials and the scenes. All right. So after we made those changes, we haven't updated the downloadable yet. That is really dumb. Shows you how prepared I am today. Now, I remember that Patrick already wanted us to do a new release. So, Patrick, I hope you'll forgive me, but I am going to do a beta 2, I think. Let me have a look. These two are not needed yet. I don't think there's anything in here that changes the driver itself. No, that just changes the example, or do I do more changes here? I do, don't I? That's interesting. I need to have a talk with Patrick whether we can merge this stuff, because there is a lot of improvements in this one. I thought we already merged that in. Or did I not rebase this since? But I thought we were already further along with what we had merged. Scenes. So maybe I did not update the. No, that's the glasses base. If we go to the interface here, that's all in there. So with this here, sorry, I just need to reorient it myself with what we had included and what we did not yet include, because maybe it's simply a matter of still needing to rebase this one. Because when we look here, we do have assets. We have all those assets in there, so that looks the same. So if I go and have a look at our manager here, we have our T5 glasses here. What did I change here? Because I do already have this. That looks the same. We have a pointer here already. Do we have a pointer here? Yes, we do. So I think I haven't rebased our demo on all the changes. But we have merged that one. All right, Patrick, I hope that you forgive me. But I am going to do a beta 2 with all those changes. We merged those in weeks ago. And we never did a release. So, yes. All right, and this is how we do a release. It's only a beta, so to create. Can I actually go and make sure that I keep the naming all the same? There we go. Yes, oops. Set as pre-release. Hopefully it doesn't undo that, because it does have a tendency to. All right, let's just wait a few seconds. While we wait on that, let's actually go and save this. We're going to go and quit to our project list. Leave that there. Which means that we're also going to go and delete our add-ons from our folder here. And in downloads, I am going, look at that, I actually have an older download there. Cool. All right. How long is this build going to be? That's a good question as well. Maybe I should have just downloaded it from the actions page. Let's have a look. how long does it normally take to build one? So these are just some small fixes from Patrick. But the big one, yeah, the big one is over 2 months ago. So interesting. Oh well. I have to remember to send Patrick a message when we're done with the stream and let him know that we did a impromptu beta 2 release, which was long overdue. I knew that he wanted to do one a couple of weeks ago, and I'm not sure if he was waiting for something or that he got stuck with it, but yeah. Anyway, it's gonna look like that's going to take 20 minutes to do. So I'm not going to go and wait 20 minutes for that. We will go and look back at this in 20 minutes and see if it's there. But the other way, and this is something that's really handy to know, but the other way to get a build when things are running from CI is to actually go to the merge request itself. And then we can find the artifact here. And we can just download the artifact from a previous version. There we go. And when we go back into downloads, let's see. Oh, that doesn't make the full one, really. That only makes that. Okay. So that only gives us access to that. Dang it. That sucks. All right. Then the way that I'm just going to do it for now. This sucks a little bit. Projects, XLR, TiltFive, example, add-ons, TiltFive. I'm just going to copy it from my previous project. That way I know that I have the version that we're currently building. Well, minus some of the small tweaks that Patrick did, but I'll have to re-record that bit, or if I want to do the proper thing. But we'll check on the build in about 15 minutes. It's probably going to be another 15 minutes before it's finished, so that we can see whether everything is there or not. All right, cool. So I'm actually going to delete our node here. Boom. We still have our T5 interface. We have our T5 manager. So that part of it stays the same. We still have our T5 interface there. But now I can actually press plus here, and I could add, oh, where's my T5 manager? Last name T5 manager extends node. Why is it not in my T5 manager? Yeah, that's weird. Let's see, what scenes do I have here? That is really weird. Godot, why are you being difficult? That should now make the T5 manager show up here. It does everything else. But it doesn't show our T5 manager, even though it's in there. Okay. Then we just do it the way that we were doing it a minute ago. Node. Come on, load. Add in our T5 manager node. Go and rename this to T5 manager. And that should make our manager work. So what we'll see here is that we actually have two properties here. The T5 manager is a node that controls detecting the T5 glasses. So whenever someone turns on or connects the glasses, then the T5 manager will instantiate a new glasses scene. And as we can see, by default, it loads up our T5 glasses base scene, which is this nice little scene over here. So when we open that up, we can see that this has a standard XR setup. So we have a viewport, because every set of glasses needs to render its own view. We have an T5 origin node, which is basically an XR origin node, but with some extra logic for the TiltFive there. You can see that in difference from normal setups, for the TiltFive, every glasses can have their own view scale, so you can have different zooms on different glasses. We obviously have a camera because we need a camera to to display things, and we have our wand. So the way that TiltFive works is that every set of glasses can be paired to one wand. The wand is the controller that TiltFive uses. But the nice thing about this is that this little scene has all the logic in there to make that work out of the box. So you don't really have to worry much about it. The manager will automatically instance as many of those scenes as you have glasses active. And voila, everybody can have a look at what it is, what they are seeing on the board. However, if I were to run this right now, besides the fact that there's nothing to see, obviously we wouldn't be seeing anything on screen here as well because everything will be sent to the glasses. So we're going to do a little bit more setup here. And the first thing that we're going to do is we're actually going to extend the TiltFive glasses base to create our own scene or our own subscene from that, so that we can add additional logic to it. And that helps us, create the logic for that player. So let's start with doing that first. So we're going to go for new inherited scenes. We're going to go to the TiltFive. We're going to go to scenes. We're going to select our TiltFive glasses. And we're just going to save that. And in this case, we're just going to do that in the root. And we're just going to call that TiltFive glasses, but not base. But this is going to be our TiltFive glasses scene. There we go. And I always like to rename the root node at that point as well. So now we can go back in our main scene. And for our manager, we can now say we actually want to use our scene for that instead of the built-in scene. Now at this point in time, that means that we're still doing the same thing because we're using just an extended script without any additional logic. However, I'm going to build a little bit of extra things in here, and that's just so that we can see things. If we were to use this scene as is, then the players would work fine. So the next couple of things aren't that necessary, but they are handy now that I want to show you guys what's going on, because you guys want to see what's going on, basically. So there are two things that we are going to do. And again, we've prepared some nice things for that, which is really handy. The first thing is we're going to take that scene here, the TiltFive glasses model scene, and we're going to put that under the camera. So there's our TiltFive glasses model scene. And we'll see that now we have a pair of TiltFive glasses in our scene. And the reason that I'm doing that is, even though obviously this isn't going to be rendered in when we're wearing the glasses, this is actually going to be rendered in our spectator view that we'll be creating in a second. This is all okay. There we go. This is going to be shown in our spectator view so that you guys can actually see what's happening when I put the glasses on and I walk around the board and I look at what we are doing. I'm going to do the same thing for the wand. So at this point in time, I'm simply going to add our TiltFive wand model in there, and you can see, hey, there's a nice little wand. Now at this point in time, they're just placed in the middle of the scene. I actually kind of like, and we're going to do that on this one, I like to move them apart so we can see that the origin point for our wand is actually at the tip of the wand. That's the way that we are getting the tracking data. And I kind of like to just move that out of the way. Now, obviously, this is going to be placed where the wand really is. So, yeah, it doesn't really matter where we position it in the scene, as long as we move the wand node and not the actual model, else the model will be offset from the actual location. All right, so that should make it a little bit more interesting once we start trying this out. So now we're going to go back to our main scene, and we're going to start with something simple just so that we can test this out. And the thing that I'm first going to do is just creating a mesh instance. And we're going to go and create a box here, and I'm going to make that box nice and thin, maybe a little bit more thin. And I'm going to make this box a little bit smaller. So basically, I now have a box here, which is 0.5 meter by 0.5 meter. Now, that should be wide or long enough, but it's probably too wide to actually fit on the game board. That is the other thing that we are planning to still add to the plugin, is to be able to visualize where the game board is. And while we're talking about that, the other thing that we are doing here, and that's probably not set up here. No, it's not, because of course that is something that that doesn't transfer, unfortunately. So I'm going to have a quick look inside here. Yes. So one of the things that I've done in the setup is that we've put these into the visual layer, or into the second visual layer instead of the first visual layer. So when we go over here and we look at this guy, we'll see that the default for anything that you create is in the first visual layer. Now, at the same time, when we are looking at our camera here, we'll see that we've set that only things in layer 1 and in layer 3 are visible. And the idea here is that we use our layers to change what the player sees and what we see in the spectator view. So anything that's in layer 1, everybody sees. Whether you're putting the glasses on or whether we're looking at the screen, we will see it. Anything that's in layer 2, we will only see in the spectator view. So we will only see that on screen. So that's what you guys will see when we start testing this out. And then in layer 3, we put things that we only want to see in the glasses, but we do not want to see in the spectator view. So you can think of UI elements, for instance, or let's say that that you're making a card game, and you want to hide from the spectators which cards each player has. So you might be able to draw the cards, but you might not draw the faces of the card. You'll only draw those faces inside of the glasses. Of course, with the default setup, we are just doing that with these layers, but you can extend that and, for instance, say that you are going to allocate a layer for each set of glasses. So you could say that layer 4 is for player 1 only. Layer 5 is for player 2 only. Layer 6 is for player 3 only. That would be a way to make sure that even though they're all sharing the same world, they are not going to see the same things. And that can be really nice, think about a Dungeons and Dragons game or something like that. Or, any sort of RPG game where you have a dungeon master, you might want the dungeon master to see things that the normal players can't see. Think of that sort of example. So that's where the visual layer system in Godot really becomes handy. Now, to help us there, it is always a good idea to go to the layer names section, and in this case to our 3D render. So in layer 1, everyone can see, only spectators can see, only players can see. So we're just going to go and name them that way, and then we see that if we go into our glasses model and we now fold this, we can actually see that, hey, we have defined that the glasses can only be seen by the spectators. We can't see them inside. And that's the same with the wand, by the way, because obviously the players are going to see the real wand. They do not need to see the rendered wand because they're already seeing the real one. It would double up. One of those things. But the spectators do want to see it. So I'm just going to stick with our little floor box here. Actually, let's go and call it floor for now. Doesn't really matter what we call it. But we're just going to put that there, and we'll dress it up in a minute. I'm not quite sure what we're going to build with it. but we just need a tile to see something. The second thing that we need to do is we need a world environment. All right, boom. And we can see that immediately everything goes very gray. Now, the important thing is that with TiltFive and with any AR solution, we obviously don't want to see a background. But especially here, what am I trying to say? Yeah, now Godot already, because we turn the viewports into transparent viewports, will already hide the background, but we don't see that in our view here. However, we might want to set this up a little bit more. I like to make it black just to really clearly communicate that we're not rendering a background. Now, interestingly enough, we can see that the floor is still illuminated, and that is because our standard sun right now is being rendered. However, I do want to create a little bit of an ambient color here. Sorry, we need to put it in ambient. So here we're just going to say color, and we're just going to add it a bit. And we can't really see what's happening right now because we do have that basic light. Well, if I turn it all up, we can see that the sides become a little bit lighter, but I just wanted to have some basic ambient light. We'll play around with that a little bit more once we have stuff running. But what I am going to do is I'm going to actually use these three dots here. If we hadn't set up the world environment, we could have automatically applied the default world environment to our scene. But we are going to do the same thing with the sun. So, boom, there is our sunlight, and we can see that that just has a default direction. We just need a thing in there just to see something. All right, cool. So the next thing that we need is we actually need a camera for what our spectators use. Now, the nice thing is because the glasses already have their own viewport, and we're rendering to that viewport, and that viewport is output to the glasses for as many users or players as we have. If we have the maximum number of 4 players, we would have 4 viewports, one for each player, and each one would be outputting to the correct set of glasses. That frees up our main display for what we want to do. Now, if we didn't add a 3D camera to our scene, we could just put a 2D UI in there and nobody would see on the screen what's going on, which is a choice. That's fine. We don't have to show something on the on the main screen, on the computer screen. And that can be very, very useful because obviously when we render something, it's going to take extra performance. And if all players are wearing glasses, we don't really care about what's being output to the screen. So leaving a 2D UI on screen that purely gives some information or lets you start a new game or, contains settings or something like that, that's fine. But for today, we actually want to have that spectator view. And all we need to do is create a normal camera. And I actually did not want to make that a child of the directional light. So this is already going to be wrongly oriented. So let's go and reset that. There we go. And we are going to go and let's go and split this up so that we can actually see what we're doing. I also want to move that a bit to the top. So we're going to go and put that outwards. Now, the other thing, of course, is that we have our black background because, excuse me, no, suddenly I had the hiccups. We have our black background because we don't want the normal users. We don't want the people wearing the glasses to see a background. But it's perfectly okay to create a environment purely for our spectator camera. Actually, let's rename that one spectator camera, just to make it clear that that is the camera that we see our view on screen with. And let's reintroduce our sky there. Oops, I'm in the wrong. No, I am. Why? Oh, because I need to look over there. New sky, and let's just do a procedural sky. There we go. So just for fun, we are going to put a sky in the spectator view. that's just to show that you can have a different environment for the spectator camera than the environment that the individual users see or the individual players. Now, I would recommend using the world environment for the players, because else you need to go and set it up in each set of glasses. Plus that I personally prefer seeing everything the way that the players see it in my preview when I'm designing the game, and only have a different setup here. Now the other thing which is really interesting is that because we depending again on how much performance we want to spend, we have the ability to enable a lot more things on the spectator view compared to the glasses view. Now in the OpenGL renderer at this point in time, the compatibility renderer, we don't have a lot of settings that currently work. But once Vulkan support comes around, like I said, it's we're waiting for a fix on the driver side. But once the driver side changes are done, then obviously we will be able to use that. We could make the spectator view different from the player view. Also works the other way around, of course. If you want everything to look very pretty in the headsets, but you don't want to waste performance on the spectator view, you could tone down the spectator view quite a lot if that's something that you want to do. So I don't really care about where we're placing the spectator camera right now, other than that I want it to be far enough away that we can see a little bit of area around our playboard, because in theory, if I've set up everything correctly, because I think we've got all the ingredients now, the moment we hit play and I walk over to my my TiltFive board and put one set of glasses on, we should start seeing our wands and our glasses floating around based on where I am seeing things. So let's give that a try and see if that works. Save everything. We hit play. We say, yeah, we want to have our main scene as the startup scene. And there's our little playboard. And we already see one of the ones in the middle because we have one of our glasses active and that's being picked up. We might actually have both glasses being picked up. But let's see what goes and happens when I walk away. I hope you guys are still hearing me because I'm walking a bit further away from the from the microphone. Now I don't know which glasses belong to this or which ones belongs to these glasses, so bear with me for a second. Let's see if that actually wants to go. Oh, look at that! I am actually. There we go. So those are the glasses that I am currently holding. You guys see floating around. Now the big question is it going to see my wand? Which one is it? This is one. Is this the other wand? My other wand isn't showing yet. Alright, let's just grab the other set of glasses. So now we should see two glasses floating around in a minute. Once these ones, yeah, figure out where they are. There we go, both glasses. I'm just holding them in my hands, but I'm also obstructing the camera with my hands, so not working the way that it should be, but yeah, there we go, two sets of glasses. But I'm not quite sure why my wands aren't currently tracking. Because they're both lying on the board. Okay, so. Hey Blakey, can you help a sec? Can you help for a sec? Can you grab one of those wands and just wave it around? Just one of them. Let's see. No, it's not tracking it yet. So I'm not quite sure why it's not seeing it. Try the other one. Maybe the batteries are dead. That's really interesting. Why is it not seeing the wands? So we're missing something. We've not done something right. Okay. I need to figure it out. Thank you. Welcome. All right, careful not to trip over the wires. I need to find a way to put that closer to the thing. All right, so we can see our glasses moving around just fine. They're tracking correctly. Right now they are lying on the board, so the tracking has stopped and they're not quite in the right place. But for some reason we were not seeing the ones where they are supposed to be. Now one of the things that we can do, we can keep this running. And in Godot we can go to remote here. And we're going to go to main, and you'll see that there's now a TiltFive glasses node. And that's where the two glasses are. So we can see margin. We can see that our ones are hidden. Why are our ones hidden? That's a good question. What did I miss? Oh, I need to stop my game before we can do anything more. So, boom. All right. So it decided to hide our wand. So yeah, it's only showing the wand if it is properly tracking. So the big question is, why was the wand not tracking? It's saying that the wand is connected, so that's cool. All right. Blake, I need your help one more time.
Yeah.
Can you put one of them on?
The headset?
Yep. Just put one on.
Ooh, that was weird.
Yeah, there should be a square.
Yeah, just a white square.
Yeah, you see the square? Cool. Actually, one of the things that I want to change, hold on, because I want to go and move this camera a bit more back and a bit more up.
Square's gone.
Yeah, that's right, because I stopped it. So, square should be back.
Yep.
There we go, now we can properly see you. All right, grab those ones.
Both.
Yeah, and just wave them around for a bit, because it might take a minute before it figures out where the wand is. Maybe press one of their buttons. It's not finding the wands, is it? That is really interesting. I wonder if the batteries are dead. Can you give me one? Why is it not tracking? That makes no sense at all. Batteries are in there. It says that they're paired. The light is blinking, so that means that it's on as far as I'm aware.
Expecto Patronum.
Yeah. Well, you know, at least we can see that the glasses are properly being tracked. I can also see that you're looking down at the ground. And again, you're also too high up, so that's probably why.
Am I too tall?
Yeah, no, I need to put a chair there so I can actually. Yeah, because
Nah,
that will be more normal where you are. Yes, and I probably need to put the camera here on a different angle for what we're doing. But I don't know why the wands are not being tracked.
I couldn't explain it to you.
No, that's my problem to sort out. Let's see if there's anything. Those are just errors that you get when the glasses can't be found.
Weird.
What's that?
Yellow, cyan, and magenta. And I wave it around faster than it.
Yeah, it's probably blocking the image. So, but I don't get why we are still not seeing. Hold on, you just keep moving those around. I want to see if there's maybe something going on over here. So that's there.
This works with lasers, right? It's like projecting onto the board and then it's like getting it back and showing it to my eyes.
Hold on, I want to see if it's actually.
How does this work?
Huh?
How does it work? What's it doing? The glasses.
The glasses. It is actually there's a camera on the glasses that are tracking the dots on the board.
So these dots.
Yeah. So that's how it knows where it is in space.
Yeah.
And the wands supposedly have, I think, like an infrared lights on that little stem.
Yeah.
and that's how it knows where in space the wand is. So again, the cameras are used to track the wand,
Yeah.
and then with that information, it positions it. But for some reason, it's not finding our wands, and I don't know if it is because they're out of battery or because I messed something up.
Yeah, but like, how am I seeing the image? Is it
Okay, so there's projectors on the glasses, and they're projecting the image onto the board, and then the board reflects it back into your eye.
Got it.
That's how that works. And
so lasers.
in a way.
Lasers.
Yeah, I'm a little stumped that the tracking on the ones isn't working. All right, hold on, Blake. I'll need your help for a little bit longer.
Because the weird thing is, when I wave the wand around fast, I'm seeing 4 different images. The wand is it's black, but I also see cyan, magenta, and yellow.
Yeah, that's
probably because you're blocking like. I don't know. Actually, that's a good question to ask the TiltFive guys. What
might be causing that?
Because I know like the base colors are red, yellow, and blue, and then they decided to change it for some reason to cyan, magenta, and yellow.
I am just going to go and no, I'm gonna put that over here. Oh no, that's no. I do want to do it like this. All right, I'm just gonna always show the one and see whether it's a tracking issue or whether it's a code issue. All right, Blake, see if you can move the ones around a bit more. All right. This is so strange because the thing is saying that the ones are connected. So why is it not tracking the ones? All right.
What's the unmarked buttons below the 1 and 2? Is that like the power button?
Yeah, that's how you turn the wand on.
Just like try turn it off and on again.
You can try it, but seeing it's flashing a blue light, that's supposed to mean that it's there.
Actually, the other thing that I might want to try, go back here, because by now the 20 minutes should be over.
20 minutes of what?
Oh, it's, I was building a new release, so here we go. And that now has a proper zip file, so I'm going to go and download that. Let's see if there's any fixes in this that we might want. Okay, Blake, I'm going to turn this off again. That means I am going to go and quit back to the project list over here. I'm going to go and delete my add-on again. I'm going to go back to downloads. There's my new zip file. I'm going to copy this new version in there. And let's go and try that. Alrighty. Okay, Blake. Let's see if we have more luck this time. Or maybe I just need to restart my TiltFive drivers. This is so strange.
What else could it be?
Because the weird thing is that it's saying that it's seeing the ones. Is there anything? Yeah, that's already what we got. Settings. Show the startup. Yeah, that's nothing that we can do anything with. That doesn't really give us much options to see why it's not. It's saying connected, status, a friendly name, connected, glasses, off. No. It's happy about all of it. I don't know. I'm a little stumped and stuck with this. All right. I think indeed we're gonna go and try the good old turn it on and off again, Lick. So I'm actually gonna go and quit out of TiltFive completely. Did that actually stop it completely? Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna go and reset.
Just hold the power button to turn the controllers off.
If they go off, yes.
I'm seeing red flashes.
Oh, that just means that that it's no longer connected to anything. But maybe that's good enough. All right. Starting. Boom. One connected.
Yep,
One connected. All right. Let's see if it now wants to do anything.
Abracadabra, Alakazam.
Yes!
Let's go.
Let's go. Oh, it only worked. Oh, yeah, there it goes. It's a bit jumpy. Come on, figure it out. There we go. All right. So, the thing is, if I wear the other one, we should have both glasses. Okay. So, let me hold that one, Blake. Okay. Yeah, they're both working now. The thing is, it only knows how to it only knows how to position the wands when I just blocked it. When obviously the glasses can see the wand, and
yeah, both are.
all right, cool. So I don't know whether my glasses were seeing your wand or. Actually, that's a good question, because if I go and do this, okay, just keep looking at the wand. Yeah, so I think that really is, because if you now swap wands, hold that one. Is that still working? No, it's not. Okay, that means that this wand belongs to those glasses, and this wand belongs to these. That's the only thing that I'm kind of missing here, is a good way to detect which one belongs to which set of glasses. All right.
Like a piece of tape on one and that one.
Yeah, probably we'll need to do something like that.
Like the basketball.
They should come in different colors.
Yeah.
That's I think the thing that we
Different
should
styles. Make one look like Voldemort's wand.
All right, like I might call on you later on when I'm a little further for you to test something. I'm not sure. I might actually be able to do it by myself now. Cool. Thanks for your help.
Yeah, welcome.
All right. So I don't know how much you guys could follow along with that. I have no idea how well the volume works when I'm standing on the other side of my room where my my TiltFive table is set up. But for some reason we had to restart the TiltFive thing before it started working. Now, one of the things that you can see as it's on screen right now is that the moment that the TiltFive glasses lose tracking, they just stay at the last position that they were at. Now, in this case, because we're no longer wearing the glasses, they switch themselves off. They stop tracking, but they're still there. So obviously, in this case, maybe if we. Oh yeah, the workaround of course is gone because I updated to the updated version. So now we're actually officially running this beta 2 version, or maybe that was the fix. I don't know. But yeah, it's it kind of leaves them where they last were. The other thing, of course, is that I've got both set of glasses on right now, and that means that we're seeing both of them as well. So you can already see that we have a multiplayer setup here. Now, let's do a little bit more fun, just to start building things out, because obviously we need a little bit more interaction, just to see where we're going with this. Also, I don't have a really nice setup here. Maybe we should first start with downloading maybe one of Kenny's asset packs, and maybe create a nicer environment for us to play around with, yeah, see a little bit more what this all does. So let's start with that. The other thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to move my spectator cam to a different side, so that it makes more sense, because right now the camera is actually set up to look at me from the back, so where I'm standing to the board, Now, basically, we're looking at the board right now in the direction that it's on my table. So my table is like over here, and I'm actually standing in front of it. And I want to rotate everything so that I'm looking from the side towards it. Now, the other thing is, and this is obviously how far we build it out right now. The spectator cam is in a fixed position, but one of the things that we obviously want to do is that the player, can sort of move through the world, and we'll figure something out. Let's first go and find a nice little asset pack just to create something that we can actually do something with. So let's go and have a look at our good friend Kenny. Actually, that's pretty good link that I want to go to. Let's go to Kenny's 3D assets. Mini dungeon, that kind of sounds like a cool idea. We could do something like that. I'm not sure if I want to do something with the conveyor kit. It's a good question. What are we going to use today? That's a little bit too much. Don't really want the graveyard thing. Because I'm thinking about making something very simple that we have a bit of a landscape, and we can move some sort of character around that landscape, and then each player controls a character. That sounds kind of cool. And with that, we could probably do something with nav meshes. I haven't used nav meshes for a while, so that might be dangerous. I might struggle a bit on stream, but it could be fun. Let's do the mini dungeon. A mini dungeon sounds like a fun thing to do something with. I'm going to continue without donating because I already donate to Kenny every month, so I'm pretty sure he's pretty happy with my donations. Now, this means obviously that our download is going to be taking some bandwidth away for a little bit. Although so far YouTube does, well, it's still complaining that my bitrate isn't as high as it wants it to be. But it seems to be doing something, so that is really good. Alrighty, there we go. Kenny's mini dungeon is downloaded. So I like to create an assets folder for these sort of things. Assets. And I'm going to go back to downloads and copy all that, and we're going to go in assets. We're going to say Kenny.nl, and we're going to create a folder called mini dungeon and paste it in there. Now, one of the things that I do want to change right now is in models, I'm going to delete the ones that we are not going to use. I'm going to keep the GLTF ones just in case, but I'm probably going to be using the OBJ ones here. There we go. Ta-da. Boom. There we are. Because one of the nice things that we can do with the OBJ ones, and I haven't done this for a while, so we might fall on our faces with this, but we will see. Let's go and make that smaller. Let's go to assets. Let's go to our models, OBJ. Now, I wish that it actually was showing our models here. All right, let's just create a new scene. And just call it tile map for now. Let's see if it will want to do that. Okay. Alrighty. Let's go and place these all in the middle. Okay. One thing that I already see that makes me really, really happy, thank you, Kenny, is that they are properly centered. Ha! Because that is something that we don't always have. We don't always have these things properly centered, which can be very annoying. Now, the second thing is size. And by the looks of this is probably nicely 1 by 1. So what I'm going to do, where are you hiding? Settings. No. Configuration snap. Perfect. It's on 1. Cool. So we're going to turn snap on. Let's go and move this down. Okay. No, you're supposed to have snap on. Oh, haha. Wrong button. Okay, this is small stuff, so I'm just going to move that out of the way. Here's a little orc character. Okay, let's move that out of the way. As a little human. This is the orc. Here, let's move the orc over there. Yeah, I think they're 1 by 1, which is really cool. So here's a chest, so let's move that out of the way. I'm just placing them. It doesn't really matter where we're placing them. But I'm just placing them around a bit. So here's a column. Okay, let's move that to there. A block. Okay, a block. Here's a door. Interestingly, the door is not centered. No, that could be a problem. Or maybe that's the only one that is... I think so far that's the only one that is not centered. Now, again, the positioning right now doesn't matter. But I just want to position them so that we can see what we have. So, okay, that's cool. Some rocks. Okay, Kenny, if you're ever watching this, fix the door. Some stairs. There you go, I got some stairs. Cool. Some stones. Let's go and move that over there. Let's actually move these two one out so that it's again a little bit nicely spaced out. Stairs, stones, trap. You got a trap. Oh, actually, I want to... No, it doesn't really belong to the stones, but it's kind of the same sort of thing. All right. Wall half. Wall narrow. Actually, let's go and put these in a line. All right. I like this asset pack. This is pretty good. I think this is going to do well for us. Here's a wood structure and a wood support. Let's go and put that over here. One more. There we go. So those are all the things that are in the pack. Now we can nicely see them. Oh, that's actually... Yeah, I automatically always hit save. So let's go and save this. But I'm actually going to go and save that in our asset folder, because yeah, let's go with that. This also means that indeed we don't really need a GLTF one. So one of the reasons why I'm doing this, although we need to add some collision shapes to this as well. It's been a while since I last did this for Godot. So Godot, because we're going to use this for a grid map. And let's see if there is. Yes, there is. Boom. Collisions. That was, you can manually assign. So yeah, we just need to put the collision shapes underneath that. Now, I'm not actually going to use tribe bodies and stuff like that for what we need to do. I'm just going to create normal ones. So I'm going to first of all do it for our floors. So we're going to add a static body to that. This static body that he wants, yeah. Static body looks like it. Is it still? It's a 4.1. This looks like it's still the original grid map tutorial for Godot 3. And then we need a collision. Why can't I? Collision shape. That's the one I was looking for. And we just want to create a nice box shape, but we're going to make that nice and, well, actually, we're not. We're going to make that like this. However, do I need to move this? No, I need to move this guy down. Other way. Okay. So I'm going to create a little bit of collision underneath this, because these are going to be our floor tiles. And if we make very thin collision shapes for our floor, there is a big risk that things will fall through our floor when they are falling at or moving at a high speed. So that's something that we don't want. Now we can use exactly the same collision shape for our other one. So I'm going to go and duplicate that. I'm going to move that over here. And then I am going to zero out our transform. And there we go. We've got a nice collision shape for that. Cool. Sweet, sweet, sweet. All right. Now, which other things do we want to do collision shapes for? I think we want to do something for this guy, this guy, this guy. Now, obviously, like the characters we're not going to use in our grid map. Probably will be using some of these guys. No, I don't think we're going to be using that in a grid map as well. But I'm just going to leave them in there just for handiness sake. Okay. All right, let's just start with this guy and say, I want a static body for you as well. Ta-ta-ta. And we want to get a collision shape. And that again becomes a box. And it is immediately the right size because I love that Kenny put all the sizes properly. And we just move that 0.5 meter up and we suddenly have a perfectly fitting collision shape. Cool. Then I'm going to go and duplicate that because we can use that for our dirt column as well. And again, same thing. We are going to go and zero out that. Perfect. We'll worry about our column later. Actually, let's do that column right away. That's that one. So I'm again, I don't want the 2 in there. Go away. I'm nitpicking right now because these names we are never going to see. We're going to go and put that under the column. And then obviously, same thing. Transfer 0. However, we want to create a new collision shape. Now, the other thing that I'm not quite sure is whether it's safe to move the collision shape under that or whether we need to move the static body. But, yeah, we'll see that. We'll see that quickly enough. So we are going to create a new box shape here because else we're going to change the collision shape for everything. That's not something we want. And now we're going to make this smaller. And see if 0.5 meter by 0.5 meter is right. Yeah, that looks nice. Now, I don't care that it doesn't go high enough. That's fine. That we just have this little thing sticking out the top because we're not really going to be doing anything with that anyway. All right. Is there anything else that I right now want? Yeah, I want collision shapes on these guys. That one has a thingy in there. Okay. I wonder why. Are we supposed to move through those things? Is that like a doorway? Probably. Probably a doorway in the thing. That's a good question. Let's have a look at. Ah, of course I closed that. Let's go copy this. Back. There we go. Just in case we still need that. Let's see, what is he doing? So he's indeed using that all like that. We're not going to use the door in our grid map anyway, so I'm not too worried about that. The fact that it's not, and maybe that's why. It's because he wants to hinge it on that. So that does actually make sense that the door is off center. That actually makes proper sense. Okay. I haven't seen that little flaggy thing. But we now have those things. Yeah, we can do something fun with that. Why not? Okay. Cool. All right. So, let's go and duplicate this again. And we're moving that over here. Boom. And obviously, go and do that. And remove the 2. We don't really care about that, but you know. Okay, that's cool. Duplicate again, and we're gonna put it on the narrow. Move it to the middle again. Move the 2. Okay, that's for that one. Cool. All right, and let's duplicate that again. Move it to the wall opening. Center it, but obviously we do not want the collision shape to be like this, so we're going to go and create a new box shape, and we are going to make that smaller on one axis. Okay, and with that, oh, I've got my snap still on. Now, oh, there we go. Let's make our snap a bit smaller so that we can position more precisely. Okay, so that's exactly a half different. 45. Perfect. I don't know if grid maps allow this. This might not work. I don't know. We will see whether we're allowed to have multiple collision shapes like this. Now, this also means that we need a collision shape on the floor, or else we're going to fall through the floor. And we're going to do that the same way that we've done with those guys. Actually, we're probably going to go just grab that, move that over here, and then obviously center this. Oops, and that should actually have stayed. There we go. All right. 1, 2, 3. All right, cool. So with that, we have set up a little grid map. Now we probably want some more collision shapes later on, but I'm just going to start with this. And the whole reason I've done this and I've set up this tile map is we can now go to Scene, Export As, Mesh Library. All right. I'm going to go back into our mini dungeon dot meshlib. Okay. We are not going to apply mesh instance transforms. That would be a bad idea. Merge with existing. That's interesting. That's a new option. I guess that is if you make changes, that it will retain the original one, which is actually a really cool idea. So there we go. We have a mesh library. So the whole reason we've done this is we can now go and add in a grid map. Ta-da! And we can go and say load. And we can load in our mesh, our mini dungeon. And look at that. We have our tools here. All right. Now our cells are actually 1 meter by 1 meter. There we go. That's our cell size. Yep. Just leave that. Scale 1. Perfect. We'll leave that all alone. And we definitely want to bake navigation. So we shall deal with that later. Also means that we can get rid of our floor tile. We don't need you anymore. And instead, let's go and put some of these guys in. All right. Let's actually put a little bit of that in there. Now, the other thing that I'm wondering about is actually whether we probably want to scale this, because at 1 meter, this is bloody big. So, because one tile is now as big as our, well, bigger than our mat. So let's say that we want to scale this down by 2, which means that obviously this becomes 2 meters by 2 meters by 2 meters. There we go. And now we have a more decent size. This might still be too big. I'm going to go and put some walls in here. Okay. Let's see. Now, I always forget what the key commands are. That will be in our thing here. There is a key command for rotating. Okay, we're baking them, so that should be fine. Using, okay, that's all good. The thing that I'm looking for is dragging. We'll draw a selection so you can, okay, that's fine. I don't want that. No, I don't want to work on. There should be a keyboard command for rotating. Oh, here, S. Okay, perfect. There we go. That's just what I wanted to do. Okay, so one thing that is interesting is that our floor, so if we want to do a wood structure with our floor, we can either place a wood structure or we can place a floor. So that's something that I need to think about. Or we just create 2 grid maps, one for the floor and one for the bigger things. But then we get issues with our... I need to think about that. I think the other option is that we actually move our floor 1 meter up. And then we actually put the floor on a different level. I need to think about that one. All right, so for now, we're just going to go and use our wall opening as something that we can go through. All right, and then I want one more of these guys here. And go, let's just go and put some of these things here. Why not? There we go, just for fun. Let's go one more of these. Boom. And it kind of happens the same with these. I think eventually, once we once we do something with these wood structures, we're probably going to... Oh, we're actually probably going to put that into a different layer because they don't really need to be part of the nav mesh. So that's pretty good. And same with stones and the columns. We can probably go and put those into a separate layer. Oh, isn't there like a layer in here? I thought we could do multiple layers. Not collision layers? No, I guess we couldn't. Yeah, well, then... We're not going to worry about that right now. I'm just going to see if this runs, because I want to check the scale for this and see if it makes sense. Actually, we're just going to call this dungeon map. Yeah, let's go and add a second grid map here. And we're going to go and also make our mini dungeon here. And we're going to do the same size. We're going to do the same scale. This one we're not going to bake navigation into, because all we're going to do here is we're going to use this for... I don't really care about that. So in this case, let's go back to a dungeon map. Let's go back to a floor. Let's actually put a floor there. And then with this one, we can do our decoration. So that can put something like that in. So anything that's in decoration, anything that's in there is not going to be part of our nav mesh, but we can do something like this. And right now we can move through that because I haven't put any collision shapes in that, but we'll not worry about that right now. Okay. Let's put a little barrel here. Why not? And our banner. There we go. So yeah, so this is how you put something like this together. The banner is slightly wrongly offset for some reason. I would have imagined that coming forward a little bit, but that's okay. Okay, let's see if we got our scale right by running this. And I'm going to go and see that in the glasses. I definitely need to still reposition my camera. No. But I just want to see what it looks like. Alright. Yeah, that is probably too big. We can probably go to 1.1. Alright. On that, this does look pretty cool. Yeah. Each floating a little bit. Oh, okay. So, whoops. All right. I'm going to move you. Actually, I'm going to turn this one off. There we go. We've already proven that we can do this with two players. Just going to do one for now. And I'm going to make it all just a tiny bit smaller. So let's do everything on 10%. There we go. Same with the decoration. There we go. All right, cool. Now the other thing that I wanted to do, oh, let's go and do this as well. Level. Just gonna move those two over there so that if we ever want to save that into its own scene, we can easily do that. Spectator camera, where are you? You're over here. So I just want to go and do that. So minus 90, there we go. Oops, I wanted to zero you out, and that needs to be, let's make that negative 1.5. Okay, sweet. Hey, Leggy.
So,
I'm making a little dungeon thingy.
cool.
All right, so. Well, we're a little bit far away now with our camera, so maybe move that a little bit more closely. Okay, how about so? Yeah, that'll do. Okay, let me see through the glasses whether that works.
Oh, you're gonna sleep now? Night.
Oh, good night, buddy. Yeah, that's a much better size for what we are doing. Now, the other thing that I really want to do is that right now, this is sort of standing on top of the board, and it actually makes sense to sink this into the board slightly, which is also one of the reasons why having this as a separate node is kind of handy. Because what we can simply do is we can move it. Oh, that's way too much. That's right, because we scaled everything. Oops. We're just going to go and move it down a bit. So our playboard is going to be flush. And this sort of sinks it down into the ground a little bit. And this is a bit of a shame that I don't currently have a setup where I can show what it looks like from the glasses perspective. But it looks a little bit better when something, when it's like you're looking into the board instead of that something is standing on top of the board, especially because as things expand across the borders, they tend to get very obscured. And that kind of breaks the illusion. When it's sunk into the board kind of becomes like a window into the other world that we're seeing, and things become a little bit nicer that way. So yeah, there's some fun things that we can do with that. And again, it's just to have a simple little, just something that we can play around with. Okay, cool. The other thing that I want to do. And this is something that I only want to do for making it a bit more visual what I'm creating right now. Is on this origin, I'm actually going to create a mesh instance, and this one again we only want to have in our spectators view, and we're going to make that a sphere. And we're not going to make it that big. We are going to make it, nice and small. There you go. We have a little bowl there. We're going to go with test. And I'm also going to make that thing stand out a bit. Whoops. Click in the right place by giving this thing a color. Whatever. Nice little orangey thing. There we go. So that stands out a bit. So what we're going to see now is that bowl. Hopefully it's going to be visible in the camera. Hopefully that camera is close enough. But that bowl is going to be in the center here. And that's going to be the center of the board, of the game board for this player. Because the first thing that I want to do is I want to start using the joystick on the wand to move the origin point of the player around so that we can actually move around the world. So the idea is that we will be free to reposition where we're seeing, or what part of the map we're seeing, because we're gonna see if we can control our character in a different way. That's the thing that I'm currently sort of going like, how are we going to do that? And part of that is also going to be, I've never used the navigation mesh logic in Godot, so we might need to figure that one out a little bit, because that's of course the other thing that I want to do, is I actually want to bake that. So yeah, I still need to read up whether we need to actually add something extra with that, because again, I've never used the navigation. The thing that we're going to eventually be using, that we're going to use our little character guy here, and obviously we're not going to use that from the mesh library, but we're going to make our player be able to move that guy around. Yeah, we should be able to do that before the stream's over. So let's just have a look how far we get with that. Okay. Fortunately, it's not an animated character, else we could have some more fun with it. But for now, that's fine. I might need to check if the GLTF guy is. Oh, we can have a quick look at that. So if we look at GLTF character human, let's just put him in here. Yes, you're way too big. I know. No, I don't think that guy is. Actually, no, I don't want to do that. I want to do this. Oh, he's got separate parts. Okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah, we could have some fun with that. Because the thing that I'm thinking about right now is, this guy could be animated so that we can actually, walk him around. But that's a little bit too much for today. Today we're just going to make him move around without actually any animations. And by the way, those animations are not broken in the compatibility renderer. It's when you do skinning that you could get into trouble. So yeah, first things first, we are going to make it possible for our glasses wearer to use the wand to move the center point that they're seeing around. And again, it's very important to know that this is going to be independent for each glasses. Everything that has to do with the player, we are going to have to do over here. So obviously, we have our script already here, so we're going to have to create our own version of that. And for that, we're going to extend it. Now, before I do that, let me also do a little bit of organization. And we're going to go and create a new folder here called player. And let's go and move that underneath there. Okay, so did that go right? That did. Oh, or did not. Yeah, player. Yep, perfect. So now we can go over here, and now we can go over here, and we can say extend script. And it's going to make our own T5 classes. Actually, I am going to go and call that player. You know what? Seeing that we've just done that, I'm also going to go and rename this guy. Rename, hello, player. So, let's go and call that player. Cool. Just to make it very clear that that script is going to be our player script. I just want to double check if that indeed has come across. That has come across. Okay, cool. Perfect. Alrighty. So, let us have a look at that. So here's our wand. That is a proper tracker, and that has some nice little inputs. So whenever a button is pressed on our controller, now the nice thing, of course, is we have a model of our controller, so we can, go and have a look at this guy. So it has some nice little buttons. So a 1 and 2 button, X A, B, Y button, and it has this little joystick guy. So we have a choice whether we want to use the joystick or whether we want to use these guys. But I think we're going to go and use the joystick. Now, we need some documentation for what these things are called. Unfortunately, that is something that we need to do a bit of looking up. We haven't got that documentation yet. Yeah, that's actually something that we need to work on. However, whenever we're dealing with a joystick, we have this input vector2 changed. So we're going to go and connect that up. And what we're simply going to do here is we're going to do a print name value. I probably want to put a space there. There we go. And that should be printing that fine. We will see. Okay, so let us see what happens. Okay, so you guys should be able to see something happening underneath there when I test this. Okay. That did something. Cool. All right. Okay, I know this is a little bit cheating, but we now know that our joystick is called stick. Now, it is the only vector2 input that we have on the wand. But let's not assume that that is the only one that we have. So, what we're going to do here is if name is stick. There we go. Then we're going to go and save this. So, for joystick input vector3. Actually, that needs to be a vector2, dude. Not a vector3. There we go. Now, the thing is, I don't want to react on this because we only get a signal when we move our stick. We are not going to get that. That's actually a good point. Do I want to do that? I don't have to do it this way. I can do it a different way. Okay, never mind. We're going to do this differently. What we're going to do instead is we're simply going to go in our process. And we're going to say if that could be renamed, couldn't it? Or is it always going to? I can't remember that. Hold on, I just need to go and have a look at the original script. Let's see. One. So that's right, because we do rename these, I think. So let's do the same thing that we do over here. So if wand.visible. So remember, we are already existent parent class. We don't even have to put the already in there. We can just use it. So if the wand is not tracking, we are not going to make it visible. Hey, Canal the Games. Yeah, we're doing some Godot today. And we're doing some TiltFive today, which is really cool. Okay, cool. So yeah, we are only making the wand visible when we're actually tracking. If we're not tracking, we obviously don't want to react to this. Now, the nice thing about it is, and this is why I hesitated for a second with doing it this way, the signal was really nice to figure out what the name of this thing was, but we can actually pull the value here. So what we can do here is and of course that is not cast. Okay, that is then something that I need to solve here. This actually needs to be cast, so that's something that I need to fix, but we're not going to do that here. When in doubt, use the help controller. And the method that I'm looking for is to get vector2. So because we haven't cast this or typed this variable, our automatic what you call the thing? Damn, I can't think of the words. Our It's getting late. I'm getting tired. Auto-completion. That's the word I'm looking for. Our auto-completion doesn't help us. So that thing was called stick. Cool. So we just need to have a look now. So our we can always get our stick value or current value by getting get vector 2. Now, if for whatever reason we weren't tracking, that would actually also just return a 0. But it's always smart to double check things. So what we want to do right now is we actually want to change the player's position based on this input, but also dependent on which direction we are looking. Now, one of the problems that we have with that is that we need to make a decision whether we're going forward, backwards, or we're looking at where what our forward direction is, or left, right, and that depends really on whether. Now let's actually go back to our player script here. Whether we're holding our wand like this, which I think for what we're doing right now is going to be important, or oops, didn't use that, or whether we're going to either that way or that way. This is, I think, the way that TiltFive usually does it. That we're holding it like this, and this is what we often do when we are controlling a character directly. So you make it a little platformer game, and you actually want to use the joystick not to change the center point of where the player where the of the player's play space, but you want to actually change the character to move around, and that's something that we could do here as well. And I'm thinking about using the nav mesh system for this, but it would equally be possible to do it with directly controlling the character. And one thing that we could do then is that obviously as you move the character around, we keep the center point of the PlayStation space within a certain distance of the player. So those are the two, or the character. Those are the two options that we have in how we want to control things. But we do want to align it with the view of the player. Now I'm going to, for now, assume that we're going to be doing it like this. And that's the other question. Are we going to move our center point based on how we're holding the wand or where we're looking? I think for this we're going to do based on what our looking direction is. So, all right. Now, this is probably something that should be done in our base script as well, but for now we'll put it in here. All right, so if we're going to use our camera looking direction, we can use that. So first we need to figure out what our forward backward vector is. Hey Kyle, nice of you to join. Hopefully this is interesting. Obviously, I'm doing this somewhat from memory, so interesting. I'm trying to just figure out what the best way to do this is. So, okay. We're gonna go and put those in a minute. Or do I want to do that as a vector of 3 and then just zero out one of them? I think I'm gonna do that. It makes more sense to me, I think. So what we're gonna do here is we're going to take our camera node. We're gonna get our global transform. We're gonna take our basis from that. So our basis are orientation matrix. And then forward backwards is always the Z direction. And in this case, do we want to take negative? No, I think that is exactly what we want. However, what we also want to do is then take our Y component and we're going to make that 0. We don't want to change the height of where we're looking. And then we want to go and say forward, backward, dot Okay, so that's going to return the normalized vector. So we're going to say equal. Okay, cool. Now, the second thing that we want to do is we want to do the same for our left-right vector. Same deal. We're going to go to our global transform basis, but in this case, we take our x. Again, we might need to negate that. We'll see. And let's go and do the same thing here. We zero out our y, and we do that. So now we know our orientation. So now what we're going to do, and I'm again going to go and create an onReady var, and this really should be on our thing. Now in this case, the origin node, we could do just use $origin everywhere. I kind of like creating these variables. It's a bit overkill, maybe, I don't know. But we're going to move our origin around, and what we're going to do here, and we might as well just do that in 2 steps. Yeah, why not? So here we're going to say origin dot global transform dot origin. Yeah, it has an origin. Plus is forward backward. So that one's normalized, which is important. We're going to do that times our our joystick dot y. So depending on how much we have our joystick up or down, and again, we might need to negate that. We'll see. We're going to go and multiply that with our delta so that we become frame rate independent. And we're going to make a little constant called speed. Let's actually call that movement speed. And then obviously we need to declare that. So we're going to go set movement speed. And let's just start with just making that 1. So, just so that we can see how fast that is. That might be way too fast, because I think this makes it 1 meter per second, potentially. So we might fly off very far away very quickly. I think that's probably going to need to be a lot less. But hey, we're gonna start with something. All right. Now we can go and copy this again. And in this case, we're going to say left, right. And we're going to do that with our x direction. And the rest stays the same. So in theory, that should move the player space around. And that would allow each player to individually move around the environment. And again, we're not controlling a character here. We're controlling the environment that, the local tracking space of each person wearing a set of glasses. And again, take a look at that ball, because that is basically what we're moving right now. All right. So, well, now the speed is not bad. It's just that it's in reverse. But yeah, I can move around our environment now pretty well. I think I might make the speed half what it is. And I need to negate the direction. All right, cool. Let's see if I move like this. Yeah, no matter which way I'm standing, it is definitely doing what it should be doing. Cool. Alrighty. Okay. I have no idea whether that did what I'm expecting on the screen, because I'm not watching the screen. I'm hoping that you guys saw the player move around while I was doing that and saw the glasses move around. I'm not sure. I might watch and pay attention to the screen next time that I'm doing it. But I needed to reverse this because I was moving in the opposite direction. Or, I could reverse the joystick, or I could reverse these guys. Whatever you like for making that clear. But I'm going to change the speed to half of what it is. I'm also going to make this full screen. Maybe that way you guys can see things a bit better.
going forward and backwards properly. I'm going right. Actually, right or left is the wrong way around. Yeah, no. Forward backwards is correct, but I shouldn't have swapped the left and right. Okay, so. Oh yeah, that looks perfect. Now, just for fun, I'm actually going to go and add the other player in. Okay. So we should be getting a second ball now. There we go. Let's see if that starts tracking. And I can move that independently of the other player. So yeah, that is kind of important. Let's move that there. Let's go and turn off the second one again. There we go. I hope I turned off the right one. Perfect. So that is quite important that each wand controls each set of glasses separately. So player 1 can move through the world completely independent of player 2. They all have their own view and their own place that they are seeing things. All right. But I did see that I actually had that the right way around originally. It's purely the forward backwards that was reversed. Which kind of makes sense now that I think of it. Okay, cool. So this allows us to move around the world. Now, the other thing that I notice is my world is too small. So let's build that out a little bit more, so that I actually have a little bit more to move around in. Okay, why is this? Oh, no, there we go. Oh, that was weird. Okay, so I want to make another room here. Okay, I'm just going to flesh it out like this a bit. All right. That means that we're going to go and create another one of these and rotate that like that. Here I actually want something like this. Something like, no, actually I want that one over there. That one over there, like this. Yeah, it looks kind of cool. Or do we? No, we keep the alley nice and like that. So then in our decoration, we probably should have split out these as well. We're just going to put that one there as well. That's cool. Okay. I'm going to change the floor details later. I'm just going to go and just build this out a little bit. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Oops. Dang it. There we go. Sometimes that is a little bit tricky. Let's go and do this. Okay. Boom, boom. Does that make sense? No, that doesn't make sense. So just do that like this. Boom, boom. Then ding, ding, ding. Oh. What? Okay, something weird is going on here. Oh, because I'm on the decoration thing. Dang it. Okay, how do I... Boom, boom. This is then a risk that we have because we didn't split them out. That we obviously... So right-clicking remove stuff. Okay. Okay, I hope that I've got them all out of here. Yeah, because that's all we already did in the other layer. Okay, cool. So now we're in the right layer. We can indeed change these over. We've lost our little thingy, so we need to put that back in a minute.
It doesn't like the it doesn't like something in the grid map. I'm not quite sure why it's doing that. So let's just do it like this. Then we want, oh, I forgot one block. There we go. So that's our starting room. Okay, so our starting room is nicely fleshed out. We're about putting some other stuff in there later. Okay, so here we go. Let's put this one as well. Boom, boom. Let's make another little passage here. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Worry about where that passage will go later on. I just want to do that now. So in this case, we have proper stuff there. Okay, cool. So we're going to go and do this, and we're going to do this, and we're going to go and do this, so that there's actually some volume to that. Okay, so let's go and put a bit of these things in here. There we go. Perfect. All right. That should be enough just to get us started. Sweet. Alrighty. Decorations, put a chest somewhere. Oh. Why did that go wrong? Why did it remove the floor there? Oh, wait. That means, most likely, that I also did part of the floor when we were here. Okay. Okay, I think I have done all of that now, so now I'm in the right one. Okay, so that is a bit of a danger. So let's go and do this. That makes sense, and do this. That also makes sense, okay. So, fixed up what we messed up, that's good. Okay, let's put that one there. Let's put another one here. Oh, look at that. Okay, so let's go and do that like this. Okay, whatever. I guess that is better than I thought. Let's put a column here in the middle. Why not? Okay. So. All right. Me think. We've got a dungeon now. Okay. Cool. All right, so one of the things that we still have a problem with is that, actually let's put a few more things in the other room as well while we're at it. Boom, boom. And another chest over there. Okay, so one of the problems that we're having right now is that if we make our character part of our, and in this case, I actually mean the character that we're controlling with, or that the player is able to control. Hey, Eriko, how are you going? Yeah, we're doing a little quick test with the dungeon, but instead of playing it on screen, we're actually playing it inside of TiltFive. So while you guys can see on screen everything from a fixed camera, I am walking around an actual play area. So just in case for people who came in late, we are using the TiltFive. So those are these AR glasses, and as you can see, there's this mat on the table, and we're actually playing tabletop. So well, they do some nice little video editing here with a thing called Mixcast. I still need to look at whether I can get something like that going at some point in time, because that would be really cool. But imagine that the game that we're currently creating, that when I have the glasses on and I am looking at stuff, then I'm actually seeing that dungeon on that mat. Now I've made it currently so it's actually kind of like what you're seeing there with that game there. I've currently made it so that the dungeon is slightly underneath the mat, so we're actually looking into the TiltFive play mat, and we're seeing the dungeon underneath, which is kind of cool. So we're basically looking into it from the top. And I've just made the logic that the player can move around, or the player can move around the view space, and therefore see different parts of the map. But we're going to make it so that the character is controlled independently. Now, the problem that I have is that I have a separate scene for each player, because the nice thing about TiltFive is that you can play up to 4 people at the same time. Each can wear their own set of glasses. So the logical thing is to add the character that we're playing into the map here, and have him have the player completely controlled through here. But there's also an argument for saying that we are going to put the player's characters inside here, inside the main scene, or inside our level scene, and have a way of controlling them indirectly. And that is especially important once we have multiple characters, because we don't want them to spawn on top of each other. I'm not going to solve that tonight. We don't have enough time for that. But since I'm currently just focusing on the single player, I'm just going to worry about a single player being able to move around our little dungeon. Also, seeing that I've never used the navigation stuff from Godot, it's going to be a little bit interesting. Enrico, yeah, so TiltFive works a little bit differently. So we do have an origin node and a camera. We have some special ones at the moment, some special T5 implementation versions of these. And that's mainly because we can actually have multiple origin points. Because, like I said, TiltFive is multiplayer. So you can actually hook up to 4 glasses to your computer. And we just need 4 origin points and 4 cameras, and there's a little bit of magic happening inside of the plugin to make that work. The other thing is that we've got that into a separate scene, a player scene, and through this T5 manager node that knows which scene that we're using, that T5 manager node automatically instantiates player scenes for every player that we have. So if you have one set of glasses that you're using, just one player, we're only getting 1 instance of our player script. But if you have 4 players, we have 4 players playing. Now that we're on that subject, of course, a lot of people are immediately going to ask, but what about performance? You suddenly are doing 4 times the work. And VR is already so crazy with stereoscopic rendering. And this is where these glasses are really, really cool and really special. Because unlike VR glasses, they're doing the reprojection on the glasses hardware itself. So we are sending the stereoscopic images to the glasses, and the glasses will reproject that. So even if we say submit images at, say, 30 frames per second, the glasses will actually update at, I think it's 120 frames per second. So the player is always seeing updates at 120 frames per second, but they are reprojecting the image that we are supplying to basically increase the frame rate. And you can get pretty low, and to some extent that is because of the fact that this is a tabletop AR system, which means that you're generally always looking in the same direction. You're always looking at this this playmat, so you're not making really big movements with your head, which means that there is enough information in the frames that we supply that it can be reprojected in a way that is very comfortable and just makes, gives the illusion that our game runs at full frame rate, at a full 120 frames per second, which is really, really cool. Yeah, so I can't stress enough how much of a fan I am of this system. So yeah, it's a little gimmicky, their little video that you see here, but it's very close. I tell you that. It is. Yeah, it really looks the way that they are trying to make you think here, and there are some limitations to the system, but for the use case that you have, this whole tabletop idea, the fact that, you're sitting around the table with a group of friends with the board in the middle, works really, really well. So pretty cool. Anyway, what time is it? It is nearly 11 for me. So I'm going to see how far we can get with just having one character walk around. And I just need to think about the best way to deal with that. And with something like this, some of the limitations of the current manager come into play. I think, if I'm not mistaken, we do have, they're just getting IDs. So one of the things that we really should be doing is having a way to get a signal when a new player comes in and when a player comes out. So that's actually something that I need to really add into this. Yeah, I really need to find the time to build this out further, because I'm getting a lot of ideas of how to improve the T5 manager to handle this whole system of new players coming in and actually needing to do something in the in the world itself instead of excuse me, instead of doing it inside of the scene here, because obviously the let's see, GLTF, where is our character human? So obviously the initial idea would be, and this guy is of course too big because we made everything 10% scale, is to add a player in here. And then, obviously it drops in, but then it's going to move alongside with the origin point, which is what we don't want. So, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. So instead, we really want to spawn the player in here the moment that a new set of glasses comes in. So we need a way for those two to communicate. And we actually don't have that system in here yet. So how are we going to do that without being it too ugly? Now, the thing that makes the most sense is obviously, put some enhancements into the TiltFive library. And I'm definitely going to start thinking about that and talking to Patrick about how we can organize that. For now, we're going to do it a bit hacky because I don't have enough time to really do much more with it. So I think for now, we are just going to go and just add our character in here. Or am I going to do that in some other way? Oh, no, that came from here, didn't it? Yeah. I'm just going to go and put this guy in here for now. Oh, I only needed to do that once, that's right. How much did we move that down? Maybe we actually put him into the level. Where's my transfer? So I don't need to do that. Ooh. Okay, why is that happening? That's interesting. Is that because we are doing this? Yes, it is. Okay, and so I'll do that here as well. Center. Is everything still in the same place? So that means oh, that's because I'm doing that. Okay, that makes sense. All right. That means that I'm going to make this. Sorry. The thing is, okay, let's explain that before we continue, because when we look at our scene that we used to create our mesh lib, notice that all the objects in our mesh lib are all on the ground. So while they're nicely centered here, they are not centered in height. And our settings here on the on the grid map actually center them. And that's actually a fix that was put in because there were a lot of mesh libraries that you could download, a lot of assets that weren't properly centered. So this was a nice little cheat to get them all centered. But in our case, we don't want them centered. We actually want to import them as they are because they're actually placed correctly. Hold on, I need to have a check. Is the area above it very high? I wonder about the limits. Yeah, so the way that it works when you look at this, and this is why I'm saying that the video is a little bit gimmicky. The way that it works is that the mat is a big reflective surface. So instead of you seeing that they're, you can see it actually on the glasses when they put it on, the glasses aren't displays. The glasses are just reflective surfaces, basically. What is actually happening in this case? I think actually the glasses are just plastic. There are projectors on that black part of the glasses facing forward, and the image is actually projected towards the mat, and the mat reflects it back into your eye. So the mat is actually what limits what you can see. But because, look at how the people are sitting around the table, because you're always looking down at the mat, you're automatically seeing everything inside of the mat properly. So you do need to be somewhat careful sticking things out of the top of the mat, because yes, if you are looking at the wrong angle, if it sticks outside of the area that the mat is in your field of view, you're obviously going to not see anything because it needs to be able to reflect it from the mat back into your eyes. However, like I said, because of the position that you're sitting around a table looking down at this mat, it works really, really well. So especially what you're seeing here, in the publicity video with everybody sitting around a table like this, this is the perfect scenario for using this system. Now, one little other thing is that you can see the square mat that they're using in these promotion videos. I actually have got the larger mat that they have. They have a mat that has another section to one side. But what is even special about that mat is that, and I don't know if they might have some pictures of that because it's actually kind of cool to see. Here we go. See how there's an extra section on this mat. So that the one in the promotion video was probably about that size. So here there's an extra bit, and it's possible to raise that. There's a little stand that comes with it that allows you to raise that. And that actually makes, especially imagine standing or sitting on this side and looking at the mat. That that mat pretty much is in your entire field of view when you're looking at the mat. So in this configuration, sitting on this side looking at the mat, you see the full scene. You really get a really good impression of the environment. If you lay it completely flat, then it depends a little bit on how high you're sitting, whether it's very likely that you're looking over the edge and anything that's projecting upwards of here falls away because you no longer have a mat that reflects the image back to you. So yes, there is a limitation to it, But because of its form factor and it's the whole idea that you're using it as a tabletop solution, it works really, really well. So, and that's really the magic that TiltFive is they really figured out like this really good sweet spot with, hey, we're gonna do tabletop games in AR with this mat, and because you're doing tabletop and you're sitting around a table looking at this mat, it sort of negates all the negative sides of the solution to a point where it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. I can't say enough about how impressed I am with this technology. I really, really love it. Yeah, so deep you can pretty much go as deep as you want, because obviously you're looking into the mat at that point in time, and that works really well. It's when you put something above the mat that you have to be careful that if you're looking at it from the wrong angle, it can fall away. But yeah, with the idea that you're sitting around a table, it generally goes really well. It's really good. All right, so we have our little character here. Whoops, I did not mean to move the whole thing. I wanted to move the character. And for some reason, my snap is again not working anymore. So let's go and put it back where it was. And put snap on. And now we can move him to a nice starting point in the middle here. I'm going to call you player. So obviously, for tonight, just to round off what we're doing, we're just going to create one player that we are going to control in some way, shape, or form. That's the next little challenge that we have. But yeah, I need to think some more. I just don't have enough time for that. How we can make sure that for every person who's wearing a set of glasses, a new character is spawned in, and they can all control a different player. We're also probably going to move that under some other node eventually, so that we can save it into subscene. But for now, hello guy, we're going to make you controllable. Now the idea that I have here is because we're using the joystick to move the player itself and the person around the view space, we're going to create the character movement in a different way, and this is why I wanted to use the nav mesh function. So let's go and try and figure out how that works with the grid map. So on this one, we said bake navigation, but the big question is, do we need to do something more for that? So let's go and read up a little bit more on that, because I haven't used that too much. So export as mesh library, using a grid map, that's how we place everything. Holding shift and dragging with the left mouse, yeah, you can select a whole bunch more. You can do that. Okay, I scroll down too much already. Hold on. Navigation meshes. Here we go. Like all mesh instances, mesh library items can be assigned a navigation mesh resource. Okay, that defines traversable areas and obstacles. A navigation mesh is a collection of polygons that define which area of an environment are traversable to aid agents in pathfinding. Okay. Which can be created manually or baked as described below. Okay. To create the navigation mesh from a mesh library scene, export. Place the navigation region 3D child node below the main mesh instance 3D for the grid map item. Okay, dunk. Add a valid navigation mesh resource to the navigation and some source geometry nodes below, and bake the navigation mesh. Is that when we do it manually? Nodes below the navigation region 3D are ignored for the mesh library scene export. So additional nodes can be added as source geometry just for baking the nav mesh. Not quite sure I don't get that. To export the library, click on scene, export mesh library. Okay. I think I need to see if there's some good documentation on navigation meshes. So Godot docs navigation mesh. Let's see if someone wrote some documentation about that. That's only the classes. Here we go. Oh, here, I think that navigation, 3D navigation overview. Let's start there. Godot provides multiple object classes and servers to facilitate grid-based or mesh-based navigation and pathfinding for 2D and 3D games. Godot provides the following objects and classes for 3D. So A* 3D provides an option to find the shortest path. Navigation server 3D provides a powerful server API to find the shortest path between two positions on an area. Okay, the following scene tree nodes are available as helpers to work with navigation. Okay, region node that holds a navigation mesh resource. Defines a navigation mesh one. Okay. Optional help node to facilitate common navigation method calls for pathfinding. Node acts as an agent with avoidance radius to work. And under the node 3D inheriting parent node, obstacles are intended as a last resort option for constantly moving objects. Cannot be rebaked to navigation. Okay. Alright, I'm not gonna worry about that too much. Set up their 3D. Add a navigation regions node to the scene. Click on the region node and add a navigation mesh. So why is that a resource? While in the grid maps here, navigation mesh for navigation region 3D child node below the mesh. Add a valid navigation mesh resource. That's really weird. Is that a change? It does mean that what we just did with all the static things. Okay, playing as the board game converted to the stack would be amazing experience, but the potential for serious things. Yep. Sounds, I don't own Nemesis, but yeah, that's exactly what it's for that sort of stuff. And now we got a character body 3D with the collision shape and a navigation agent so that we can move it around. Okay. Okay, and that's something we're gonna deal with in a minute. We first need to figure out. Okay, click the region node, add a new navigation resource to the region node. Add a new mesh instance 3D as a child of the region node. Select the mesh. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, I think I get it. I still wonder if we need to keep using the collision shapes or if that is now very double. And I wonder if I can use those together. I don't know whether that is. But I think because our character will only move where we have floor tiles, I think we only need to add the navigation mesh stuff to the floor tiles. Okay. Oh, look at that. We have the keyboard shortcuts here. That's handy to know. Okay, we should have known that we could actually find that there. All right, so let's go back to our dungeon tile map and let's see how well our export override works. We're going to go to our floors. We're only going to worry about it for the floors. We're going to go navigation region. So that's what it says, is create a navigation region. Perfect. And then we can add a mesh as a source. That's really interesting that it uses that as a mesh. Okay. And that just becomes 1, 1. find it really interesting that that needs to be a mesh instead of a collision shape. But whatever. Nodes below the navigation region 3D are ignored for the mesh library scene export. So additional, okay. That's source geometry just for baking the nav mesh. Sweet. The baked cell size of the navigation mesh must match the navigation server map cell size. Probably okay. So I wonder if we need to do and fix that because our scaling is going to be a problem. Now there's an easy fix for that. For that, we're going to go in here. And select all these. And we're going to say, oops, one. Okay, tabbing works a little bit weird there. I'm going to go say re-import. Oh, they're all tiny. Yay. But that's exactly what we want right now. We made these guys all tiny, which means that our thingy here can now be that. Perfect. Cool. And now obviously we need to change all our collision shapes. All right, so let's save. So 0, 0.1, oops, 0.1, thank you, 0.5, okay, cool. But that also now needs to be that, okay. All right, so does that look proper? That does look proper. Now, the nice thing is, because for a number of these we copied, they all change when we change them. So we don't have to do that for everything. Now we do need to do the position for everything. That's a bit of a shame. Okay, that's a different one. So again, 0.1, 0, 0.1. There we go. And then 0 to 5. Okay, that looks cool. Great, perfect. All right. That already has the mesh instance. We need to do that in a minute as well. This one only needs to be moved. There we go. This one's already changed. It just needs to be moved. This one also just needs to be moved. Oops. There we go. All right, so that one needs to change, perfect. But now this one needs to still be resized. And now it needs to move. Okay, I did this one wrong. Okay, perfect. And then this one only needs to move, I think. 0. There we go. Perfect. And then this one. Okay, perfect. I don't care that they're all spread out because the position doesn't matter. All that matters is that all our collision shapes are the right size now. We have a nav mesh on that guy. Now we just need to get a nav mesh on this guy. Navigation region. So I still wonder if we need to set this. I don't actually think so, because it didn't say that in the instructions here. That's the thing that I don't get. Navigation meshes can be created manually or baked as described below. To create the navigation mesh from a mesh library scene export, place in a child node below the main mesh instance of the grid map item. Add a valid navigation mesh resource. Okay, so we do need to create that resource. Boom. Okay, I'm just going to leave it default values. And then again, we need a plane mesh here. Where are you? Plane mesh, plane mesh, plane mesh, plane mesh. Boom. And 0.1, 0.1. Okay. But now we need to do here. Boom. All right. Okay. I think that'll do it. I hope so. All right, but now that we've scaled all these, we obviously need to undo the scaling over here. And that's interesting. Oh, that's because we haven't exported it yet. So I'm just going to be safe, and I'm going to close that and close that. And now I'm going to say export as mesh library. We're going to override it. We're going to do merge. Hopefully this will work. Never tried this before. Okay. Let's see if that has destroyed our scene. Okay, so obviously everything is now tiny, 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 because we are still doing a scale here. So we don't need to do the scale here anymore. And the same for this one. Ooh, there we go. And we have our library back. But now also we have our grid map, and hopefully the bake navigation will indeed bake it. So that's going to be the big question. Is that indeed working or not? So let's go and change our player into an actor. Cool. So now we're going to go over here. Add a character body 3D node. Okay, so that starts with a character body 3D node. Sweet. I'm going to actually add it to our player because I want it in the correct position. Character body 3D node. Boink. But now we're going to flip that around. So, boom. Player. I'm going to call that player mesh. All right. Now we need a collision shape for this guy. There we go. And eventually we'll save this into its own scene, but right now it doesn't matter. Good question. Actually, you might just do that now. I don't actually I want to call that character. Character mesh. And let's go and say save branches scene. So we're going to go and obviously eventually we'll need to make sure that that works together. But for now, here is our play. Oh, that's the other thing that I want to do. Let's move you back one. Save. Transform. Let's remove all this so that it's nicely centered. Now we can zoom in on the little guy. Hello, little guy. And if we did that right, he should still be where he was. Okay, let's put him back where we started. Cool. All right. Now we might need to turn him around, but we'll see that soon enough. Okay. So we have a collision shape. Let's just do a capsule. You know what? Let's go and make you smaller. Make you smaller. You need to also go there. Boom. Yeah, it's about a mil. There we go. Good enough for me. Doesn't have to be too precise. Okay. And now it says that we also need to add a navigation agent. 3D. There we go. Hello. Huh. Cool. Sure that'll. All right. What does it want as a script? I'm pretty sure that we can pretty much movement target position. Okay. Does it do it that way? Path desired distance. These values need to be adjusted for the actor speed and navigation layout. That's fine. Call deferred actor setup. Make sure we do not wait. Not a wait during ready. Okay. Set movement target. Blah, blah, physics. Is navigation. Return. Da, 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 da. And it should move there. All right. And seeing that as we're using move and slide, it's probably a good idea that we actually added collision shapes. Okay. Now the only thing that I find very interesting navigation agent set target position. Open targets. Okay. This one I don't get. Is that like the first position that we want to move to? Okay. Well, let's just see what it does. We'll just use that script as is, and we'll see if it does something smart. Okay, so we don't want all of that. That's just the normal control stuff. Let's just do a copy paste here. And let's just use the script as is. Okay, so that is using our navigation. So the thing that I think about is that this is going to try and move our character somewhere that we don't actually want it to move to. But my guess is that whenever we call set movement target with the actual place that we want him to move to, it will move there. Now the other big question is this in global space or is this in local space? All right, let's just see for fun if we run this, what happens. Nothing. Okay. Oh, we still have our, hold on, let me first do that before I forget. We don't actually need, where are you? We no longer need this one because we now know the name. Take that out. Okay. All right. So the big question is the that's all fine. I'm not worried about that actually. Let's go and there you go. Okay, physics process. Navigation agent is navigation finished and return. Perfect. Now obviously we have a vector here that is completely outside of our board. So all right, and it was how much down? 1 down. Okay. On that assumption, I just want to see if it decides to move somewhere. Because that's how I read this code, is that would be your initial place that you want him to move to when this script starts. And I'm assuming that that's in global space. Okay. Now, it is possible that that is at least... Well, let's see if that might just be somewhat in local space. Let's see what happens if I do this. Nothing. All right. So either our skip doesn't work or our navigation mesh isn't baked, or I'm making the wrong assumption with this. Let's put some prints in here so that we know whether it's doing something. That's gonna then spam finished, I guess. Okay, so this says current agent position, goal position, next path position, navigation, and get next path position. So I think that it is in global space that we're trying to move, which would be really good because I want it to be in global space. New velocity. Da, 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 da. Okay, so let's say print next path. Well, it's definitely trying to go somewhere. It kind of looks like a sensible location. However, it's not moving. Okay, so say from to. That's what it's trying to do. Here it says new velocity, next path position minus current position. New velocity is a new velocity normalized, and then new velocity times movement speed. And movement speed was really, really fast. Let's make that at least small. And then velocity is that, and then we use move and slide to move. Oh, from there to there. I have a feeling that it is actually not using our movement target position. All right. See what that does. Well, we can see that it's not going to move much because it's giving us the same value for in and out. The active speed, and there we go. So this is definitely too much. So let's go and make that a bit smaller and see if that makes a difference. That's not doing much with that. Okay. Well, the velocity will definitely be 0 at this point in time. I'm missing something here. Because there's nothing in here. Okay, do we need to... Path finding. Da, 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 da. Avoidance. Debug. Enabled. What is that doing? Nothing. All right. Let's just assume that this is not working because that is just our startup. Agent set target position. Okay. Okay. Let's see if we are we overlooking something here. On the first map, there's no synchronized region data, and then you path clear will return empty. Okay. Then add a script. Character what is there? Something called that. Make sure that the movement target after the scene That's fully loaded and navigation servers not sync. Also add a camera 3 and some, yeah, that's all that we have. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so one thing that I'm wondering about is, do we need to press something to make it big? If true, this grid mesh creates a navigation region for each cell that uses a mesh library item with a navigation mesh. The created navigation region will use the navigation layer's bit mask assigned to the mesh library's item. So that should be fine. So the other thing here is visible navigation. Let's have a look. It's not really showing anything, is it? Okay, so we are nicely seeing our collision shapes. That's good. But we're not, unless that's just a different color. We're not seeing our navigation regions. I'm assuming that is all. That might be too big. Of course, it's going to. You know what? Let's make that then. Probably have to do that. Agents. Floor to ceiling height that will still allow the floor area to be considered walkable. We really have to make this all much smaller, do we? Because okay. Why? Science. This is really all much too small for the scale that we're working on. Don't care about that, I think. The sampling distance to use when generating a detailed mesh in cell units. I'm going to make everything 10%. Oh, what was this? Okay, let's assume that was like that. We're just going to make everything 10% of what it is because we're just using everything on a much smaller scale. So, okay, that's that one. I of course need to do the same changes on here. I don't know if I can reuse these. So this one was much smaller, but that's okay. And this is 0.51, 0. It's probably going to go back to 3, but we don't do any climbing, so that's fine. 0.2, no. I think I did 0, 1 there, which is fine. This is 1. Edges, that was 1.2, that's going to be 0.13, 0.6, 0.1. Let's hope that works. Play. Still not moving. I'm still not seeing the big mesh here. Although I have no idea what that should look like. I wish there was a clear way to see whether we're doing the right thing here. So we're no longer doing scaling, that's kind of important. And we got big navigation. if that really rebakes it or whether we need to do some sort of baking. There's no bake option in here, so it doesn't seem like it. Settings, whatever, that's good. Hey, Malcolm. No, because we're using grid maps, Malcolm, so there is no bake button on a grid map for some reason. It's supposed to automatically bake. And maybe it doesn't bake until I make changes. That's possible. So maybe I'll go and do something like this and then put a new one of that. Because that's the only two that have nav meshes on them. Because I'm not seeing anything. Oh, I'm so stupid. I am so stupid. Keep forgetting, whenever you make changes, we need to go here, and we need to go here, and then we need to do this, and then we need to do save, and then we need to override our mesh thing. And now we go in here, and now it's going to use those new values, but it's still not baking anything. I actually want to go and take that out. Okay, let's just see if okay, there we go. We got that out again. Just in case that triggers the rebaking. Anything in here? Navigation map synchronization error. Attempt to update a navigation region with a navigation mesh that uses different cell size than the cell size set on the navigation map. Okay. So our cell size here is 0.1.1.1. So what did we change here? So this must be that. Okay. We're getting somewhere. Okay. Scene, open, no, export, mesh library. There we go. Let's go and make sure that we do that. We're not getting new errors in here. That's a good sign. But we're still not seeing anything baked. Oh, we still are getting this. So navigation map synchronization. Attempt to update navigation region with navigation mesh. Okay. Size, still that. And I'm assuming that it's going to take the cell size from this. So did we... That's not set to the same. It's the same size. There was a bake in a tile map. Where do you see the bake in a tile map? Because I've only got that one. There's no bake here. There's no bake on this. Because it's not a tile map, right? It's a grid map. So they work slightly different, unless I'm really overlooking something. Okay. Yeah. That's actually a nicer view. No, that's all that stuff. That's what we need. To update a navigation region with a navigation mesh that uses a different cell size than the cell size set on the navigation map. Where does the navigation map get its cell size from? And this is the thing, it's also not very clear here. Here it just says, like I'm into that, navigation mesh and library. Items can be assigned a navigation mesh resource, which can be created manually or baked as below. And this is the thing that I also don't get, is can be created manually or baked, but we're creating it manually because we're adding it to the thing. let's see, how is this supposed to be? So here we have a region with the baked. So what I'm assuming is that the baking means that it's going to combine all of those. Mesh library, I don't know. In here, you mean? What would that do? Okay. Let's see if that makes a difference. I press bake on both of them. Let's go and override this again. Clear it out, run. Nah, still getting the same errors. So I don't really think that does what it. The thing just is that we do now nicely see our navigation mesh here. That's kind of cool. One thing that we might be able to do is, now that we have those in there, what if we don't bake this? No. Because again, the thing that I'm assuming is that the bake navigation is going to go and combine them all together. I don't know, this is weird. Well, looks like they're in both places, so. Well, another thing that we can do is that we don't do it through the nav mesh or I can't think. That we don't do it through the grid map, but that we just do it separately for now. I think I'll do that. So we're gonna get you out of there. Get you out of there. Let's go. Oh, let's first save this. Save. Export as mesh library. Yep, go and override that. Okay. Then we're gonna go and say nope. What instead we're gonna do is we're going to go and create a navigation region. Boom. And oh, that's not what I wanted. That's the wrong one. Can we get the 3D version of that? Here we go. Cool. Let's actually move you to the top. All right. And this needs to get a mesh. That definitely needs to be smaller. I think in this case I'm not. Yeah, I'm actually going to go 15, 305. Yeah, 03 is fine enough. I'm not gonna. Yeah, no, I'm going to go and do this. 12, 15. Yeah.
You doing good?
You know, I'm trying to get it to work.
I cannot sleep.
That sounds like a you problem.
Yeah, it does. Night.
Night, buddy. Read your book or something.
I did.
Read some more.
Up to the bit where Percy finds out he's the son of Poseidon.
Uh-oh.
Where he absolutely beats the shit out of the Ares kids.
Oh, boy. Okay, so how am I going to do this? Mesh instance. let's go and create a plane mesh. Yeah, you are way too big. That's obviously not how big we want. Oh, we need to go and set our snap properly. Okay. All right, that's that got lucky. That nicely fits there. All right. Create a second one. Because if I saw correctly, it merges all these things. Okay, so this one actually needs to be, so here we need to create a new plane mesh again, or else it's going to go wrong. We're going to make it the same size initially. So width is good, height is not. Is that this one or the other one? 4. So that means that our snap, actually, we need to snap in halves. So we can't position it correctly. There we go. So now we need one more for that and one more for that. I'm actually just going to go and create a new mesh instance for this. We're going to add a new plane mesh. That needs to be, no, this one needs to be 1. And let's say that needs to be 3. Okay, we got lucky that that positioned correctly. All right, and then one more. You know, if this works, then at least we have a solution for tonight. And then hopefully I'll figure out the rest another day. Okay. All right. Bake. Okay. So what does that mean? That means I think that this needs to be smaller. Bake. Bake. Huh. No, I think these do need to be 0.1 and 0.1. Oh, but then, oh, okay, that's why. Okay. All right, that's. Huh. I have actually got a feeling that this is good. But what we need to do is slightly oversize these. So we're going to do it like that. Because I have a feeling that it's slightly too precise. Again, we are only guessing. Big. Okay, that's very strange. This one, this one, this one, this one over there. Okay. Back. No. I don't get at all why that. Maybe it doesn't like that we now are overlapping things. Let's go back to the way that it was, because obviously it did not like that. There has to be something else that we're doing wrong. No, it absolutely refuses to. Oh, what? Bake mesh is now the whole thing. I don't think that's what's supposed to happen. Okay, what are we? Radius is, I think that's just for the agent for the moving around. So I don't think that's what we care about right now. It's just when our agent moves around that it knows where it can go, because it's probably measuring the available height or something. I don't know. Must match the cell size on the navigation map. What is actually the navigation map? I'm actually going to make this smaller. Region, minimum size, okay, big. Oh, now we have just that little bit. What the heck? Oh, hang on. Something's... What? How did that get negative sized? How the hell did we get a negative size in here? Yeah, that's not going to work, is it? Okay. So that's all good now. Bake. All right. So... Oh, is that maybe why? Because we do need that radius... Okay, let's put the radius down. Yeah, because it is where the player can go, and obviously we don't want the player to hit the walls. So let's up that a little bit more. Ah, that makes lots of sense. Because the navigation mesh is where our character can go. And obviously if our character is right on the edge, we don't want him hitting the wall. Now in this case... We don't care as much that if he gets through the wall like that, it's fine. But yeah, we now have a nice navigation mesh that actually walks around. And who knows, maybe that's also why we couldn't bake it before, because we didn't have that all set properly. And that's something that I need to play around with and figure out. For now... We actually have a navigation mesh that we can use. So let's see if our character now actually moves. Oh yeah, he moved. Cool. And now it also says finished. So he moved to that beginning place. Cool. All right. Now the other thing that I want to do and add into the script. Let's go and open you up. Is I want our character to actually face that direction. So that's something that we can just put in here, I think. So let's say character mesh global transform look. Why won't that work? Transform 3D. There should be a method here is looking at, and that returns a plot. Okay, that's really interesting. Looking at. I hate it when it doesn't autocomplete that sort of stuff. Target vector, vector up. Okay, so target vector is our next path. Up is vector 3 dot up. What else did I want to know? Just a model front looking at. We are going to leave that default for now. Oh. Excuse me. That's what happens when the scale is in there and we are now. Oh. Seriously, dude? This is not a tool script. Why are you updating? Okay. Let's do this slightly differently. Var t transform t dot scale is vector 3 0.1 0.1 0.1, and now we can do character mesh dot global transform is t. Okay, 3D. 3D, there we go. Okay, is it, what is it done? Oh, set scale maybe? Scaled. Really? Okay. Oh, okay. Like this then? Hopefully that'll work. Okay. Okay, I'm not quite sure why that suddenly. Okay, let's just start over. Because no, now it does that. You know what? Character human, import setting 0.1, re-import. Okay, scene, character can now be back to 1, save. Yeah. Did I? Okay, hold on. Oh, because here it's okay. That was dumb. That's because I moved those around, of course. Okay, that makes perfect sense. So now we can go back here and we can say you are going to be one size. That means that our capsule should indeed be much smaller. There we go. And obviously there. Tiny. Probably because this would still be like that. Okay. All these scales are making me nuts. Okay. Navigation. Let's go and make sure that this is all. Okay. Perfect. Oh, and here's again. These are all. Whatever. Oh, so that needs to be 5, 1, whatever. Okay. All right, that's starting to look okay. So he's going to go from there to there. All right, so we were right that the for whatever reason, in this standard script, what's it still complaining about? Okay. No, don't need you anymore. So I do want to see if I can get the navigation mesh to eventually work on this thing. This is actually kind of cool. Yeah, I like that. Eventually figure out the navigation on our grid map, but we're now using our navigation here. Nice and small, everything. So there's probably a lot more tweaking to do. I think I could have saved myself a whole lot of headaches if I would have used the scale that we've got on our origin node and just kept everything at 1 meter instead of making everything smaller. But that's for the next time that I experiment with this sort of stuff. Okay, character shape. The radius is 2, so I'm happy to duplicate that on here as well. Which also means that over here, our radius is already 2, so actually that's perfect. Our character is correctly sized with that. All right. So the other thing that I want to do, I'm actually going to make that an unready bar movement, and I'm actually going to make that global transform dot origin. That's just okay. Let's go on, take care of a number of prints. Well, it's going to be a late night, I think, because I do want to get this to work. All right, so that's all working. So the thing that I want now to do was to control our character with our wands. Now, we're going to cheat a little bit here because we currently don't have a system yet where it becomes easy for our glasses script to communicate back to our main script or our character script. So I'm probably just going to go, because I'm assuming that if I do get roots, I'm actually, what am I getting if I get roots? Because that's my main problem. Is I don't have a way to communicate things yet to the glasses scene that's being instantiated. So something I need to add into the T5 manager system is that when the glasses scene instantiates, probably also when it goes away, that it's able to communicate back to our main script. Now, just in case, what am I doing here? I'm getting a new one. Okay. All right, start display. Where am I instantiating it? Here we go. If glass is seen, then I am adding one. I'm calling that. But then I am doing a glasses reserved emit glass ID. Just that. So I actually want to add some signals there that I say, hey, we've got this new glasses scene. And also before we remove it, we'll do that so that we have a chance to connect to some signals there. All right, that's, yeah, we'll deal with that in the T5 manager itself. All right, cool. For now, we'll just bypass all that because I don't want to mess with this just yet, but that's definitely some cleanup that I want to do. So, all right, let's run this for a sec and go here. So that's our root. So we actually get main there. All right, yeah, we'll do that. It's dirty, but it's good enough for now. So we're going to create a main script here. Cool. Okay, so what we're going to do now is func move character new position. So that's the dirty one, is that we're just going to go and say that's where you need to go. So we have that set movement target. Okay, let's just do that. Movement target vector 3. Okay, cool. Vector 3. Thank you. And what we're going to do here is level character dot set movement target a new position. So very dirtily, we're going to have a global method for which we can say, hey, move our character here. All right, cool. And then in our player script, we are actually going to go and add a raycast here. Boom. Ooh, that's pointing the wrong way, isn't it? That sounds about right. All right, so we're going to put a raycast out from our wand pointing in that direction. Cool. All right. All right. So the other thing that I want to do is I want to go and, so we remove that, but I want to actually have a button press signal here. Bonk. Or do I? Yeah, we'll figure that out. I'm wondering if we should always move or if it's just a tick and then move there and tick and move somewhere else. We will see. No, let's just got the name. I need to know what the bloody button name is. So let's start with that. The other thing that we're going to do, and we're going to do that in process. For that, we are going to go and, well, we know that our test works, so we can reuse that guy. Right. Little guy needs a name, but now this one can be much smaller. Oops. Ah, I hate it when it does that. There we go. Is that way too small? Nah, that's too small. That's probably still too big, but we'll see. I'm actually going to go and change this a bit. First things first. I want that actually to be a nice bright red. Sweet. Move that way up to the red scale. And I'm actually going to make that unshaded so that it nicely stands out. Cool. And the reason why I don't really care where it is because we are going to say, actually let's make that an onReady as well. onReady for raycast is raycast 3D. There we go. Thank you. And let's actually, let's go and cast that one. There we go. If raycast is colliding, else ray hits. I actually want that to be in the root there. Nope. Visible is false. We don't want to see it if we're not colliding, but we do want to see it when we are colliding. In this case, ray hits dot global transform dot origin, and we're going to set that in a minute. So can probably get collision point. That should make sure. What are you complaining about? Oh, name is, I don't care about that. That's gonna actually button name then. Oops. That might make that happy. So yeah, if we are colliding somewhere, then we're just gonna go and say, and let me show that. So yeah, we're actually on press, we're going to do that. So here we're gonna do get root. No, we're not gonna do that. We're first gonna figure out what the button is. So let's run that and let's see if that actually does something. Is my wand not working again, or no? Oh, because it's off, is it? Hello. Figure out my wandy wand. Oh, here we go. Finally. This will be okay. But I am not seeing it's all working. But I'm not seeing my raycast working, so that's annoying. That's working on collisions. So, project settings. No, not there. Debug. Visible. Don't actually. We do want to do that. Visible shapes. So. Okay. Oh yeah, that's because shadows by default is on. I don't care about shadows. Okay, let's see. I've got, yeah. So those are there. We have that guy. Maybe we made that ball too small. Okay, I'm gonna make that on purpose a little bit big so that we can definitely see whether that's doing something. Okay. Come on. Come on, wand. Take my wand. I'm having a lot of problems with the wand today. I really am starting to wonder whether... Okay, it's starting to work now. Yeah, it's really having problems with my wand. I'm wondering if my battery is... Okay, so... I'm really having problems with my wand not being tracked properly. But we know now that our button is button X, so that is something that we can quickly do in here. So if... No, it's not X because I was pressing a trigger. Let me think. Well, just in case, I am going to go and just restart this guy again. Just in case that's part of the problem. Alright. TiltFive. Let's go restart that. Okay, one connected. Oh yeah, hold on, before I do that again. The other thing that I was having a problem with is that I was actually still seeing these guys. So I'm assuming, let's actually double check that. Property agent height is ceiling to cell height. Voxel is losing its precision. What is it that all about? So cell size, cell height. No idea. Region in size is converted to ints. Okay, whatever. Value for multiplying with cell size is too low. Really? But we still have. I hope that is still our valid navigation mesh, and that didn't mess up because it was doing this. Not same errors. Okay, all good. Oops. Let's see. That should stop the Z5ing. Okay, that's working much better. But even though it's hitting, it's not moving our ball around. Okay, so sometimes restarting the TiltFive thing does help. Okay. However, that said, I think that the problem that I have, let me get, well, that's first of all not working the way that I want, so get collision points, that might actually, returns the collision point at which the ray intersects the closest object. This point is in the global coordinate set, so that's exactly what I want to have. Okay. If raycast is colliding, we do that and we set it visible. Else invisible. That seems to me to be the thing that we want. Anyway, the thing that I was suddenly realizing is that. All right, that our trigger is. Actually, our trigger is probably a float input. So we have that. Okay. That would automatically be global because it's a root node. Oh, haha. That's right. That's why I couldn't. So you guys probably saw it and I didn't. Okay, that explains that. Because I wasn't seeing the thing. Okay. Yeah, now it works. Okay, it's definitely way too big. But that is working. Okay, so. There we go. Oops. Okay. So first things first, let's make that a normal size again. Okay. I'm also happy to turn that off because we now know that works. And indeed, as I thought, our trigger is this. So here what we can do is we're going to go if button name is trigger. If there is some other one, we're going to do that there. Okay, so the other thing that I'm going to do is trigger pressed. Okay, so here we're going to say if value. Let's do that and not trigger pressed. Then we're going to say trigger pressed is true. And then we're going to say if array cast is colliding, then we're also going to say get tree, get node main dot set movement target array cast colliding. Okay, cool. Else if value smaller than 0.4 and trigger pressed is false. So that's just to make sure that we don't get quick changes between trigger pressed on off on off on off. Nice little safety there. Alrighty, let's see if that works. Alright, so now my little bowl is, well, was working, it stopped working now. Okay, so, oh, breakpoint. Yeah, it's also breakpoint. Nope. Okay, what does it say? Get node. Oh, why does that not work? Get node, get tree, scene tree. Main level. Oh, that is not. Hold on. Oh, it's not get. I need get roots. That's my mistake. Alrighty. Oh, what? Wait. Is it get tree get roots? I don't remember. Oh, that must. Oh, that's in main loop. Is it? No, those are just. Yeah. That's a designer. Okay, so hang on. I think that actually I can probably do this. Oh yeah, that's right. Root/main. There we go. Let's see if that works. Let's see if that works. Alright, my wand is misbehaving again. Yay! Still hitting a breakpoint. Still not happy. Capital M. Pretty sure that's the problem. Remote. Yeah, capital M, of course. Of course. All right. Yay! Well, you go over there, dude. All right. I want you to go over here. Oh, it's stuck. Because, of course, the barrel isn't. Okay, so that isn't. Okay, why is it not stepping away from here. Okay, that doesn't make much sense. Was that because it got stuck? Or was that because it's just not working? Okay. I don't want overload of that. But from the navigation help, we could see that it wasn't going where it was supposed to be going. Now, one thing that I wonder about is on the navigation actor, if set a new navigation path from the current agent position to the target position is requested from the, okay. But all right, this actually doesn't make sense at all because it's trying to go into the ground. It's really interesting. Is that because our navigation mesh is not good? It's also interesting to see that the navigation mesh is actually floating above a bit for some reason. Don't know why that's the case, but also that looks scary. It looks like there's holes in our navigation mesh. I definitely think we still have problems with these settings. The minimum floor to ceiling height will still allow the floor area to be considered walkable. Note, while baking, this value will be rounded up to the nearest multiple of cell height. Okay, and we got that nice and small. So radius, max climb is fine, minimum size, merge size. Maximum allowed length for contour edges along the border of the mesh. Okay, that's fine. Sampling distance to use when generating a detail mesh in cell units. That makes really no sense. That bake it a bit better, maybe. Still looks like there are gaps in between, but it could also have other reasons. Okay, what is this monotone? Layers? Okay, property agent height is ceiling to. I don't see the agent height anywhere. Agent height here, sorry, I do. Cell height, okay. Agent height is sealed to cell height of voxel units. Cell height is used to rasterize the navigation mesh vertices on the y-axis. Must match with the cell height on the navigation map. But this is the navigation map. What is it talking about? Let's see if I make that equal to the agent height and see what happens. bake. Oh, that suddenly moves all the way up there. Why is it there? Why is it all the way up there? That doesn't make any sense to me. It does look like it's made it nicer. Okay, the region minimum size is converted to int and loses precision. Let me first have a look at the character and see how large is our character actually. Height 0.08. Okay. So he is 0.8. The minimum floor to ceiling height. It will still allow the floor area to be considered. Note, while baking, this value will be rounded up to the nearest multiple of ceiling heights. Okay. Or cell heights. Sorry. Okay. Boom. Region min cost. So now it's just region min size is converted to int. Region min size is converted to int and loses precision. Minimum size of a region. Okay, so let's leave that as that and see what that does. Doesn't seem to be. Property detail sample distance. Detail sample distance is clamped to 0.1 world units as the resulting value from multiplying the cell size is too low. And the 0.1 world units. Because there's another value for multiplying. So nice. Okay. Is happy now? Still not happy. Then again, we do have a nav match that looks better, I guess. All right, let's have a look what it does. Let's have a look what it does. What it does. Well, it's not walking into the next room, so. One thing that I want to try, one more thing, and this is going to be a bit of a pain in the butt, I think, but it will have to do. All right. Yeah, this is definitely going to be a bit of work to reset. But I think that's all we can do. All right. Well, let's just do the work. So let's go back to assets. Okay, first character, human, import, re-import. Boom, he's big again. Hello, Mr. Character, you're big. All right, let's go and adjust all this. Hello, you're big. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, that's all back to normal. Yeah, that's fine. The only difference is that the character height is 0.8. So let's go make him 0.8 as well. And the radius is 0.2, so we're gonna make the radius 0.2 as well. Cool. So our character is big again. Hello. Cool. Now we're gonna go and do the same thing with these guys. One. Re-import. Okay. Then with all those set, we're gonna go into our tile map, and everything of course here is nice and big again. So we need to go and turn this back the way that it was. Which also means that the position needs to change again. There we go. All right. 1, 1, oh, whoops, 1. Off. Oops. There we go. One. Huh? There we go. Okay, now this guy. All right. Okay. Right, that one's coming from the other thing, but then these are all 1, 1. There we go. Perfect. Now this guy, shape is already changed. Boom. Okay. Perfect. Export, mesh library, save. Okay, boom. Perfect. Go away. Main. That's looking really ridiculously bad. Let's put the cell size back to 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. There we go. That's looking all right. And then this one as well. 1, 1, 1. Ta-da. Okay. Sweet. Character. Now, whoops. Sometimes the snap works the wrong way around. Oh, that's probably because I no longer need such a crappy snap. All right. Go and stand over there, dude. There we go. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. All right. Okay, so 5, 5. That's actually bunk, 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 bunk. Oops. Why are you not perfectly aligned? -2. 1. That's interesting that that was like that. Okay. This one. 3, 1. Boom. Perfect. 2. Not quite sure why that is the way that it was, but 5. Dunk. Okay. 4, 1. Okay. 9, no, 9.5. Yep. 2. Perfect. Okay. Bake. All right. That's definitely starting to look better, but oops. Let's go and reset this all. Although this was 0.8. Yeah, 0.8. 0.2. Okay, let's see if that is. Well, looks damn better to me. That looks pretty good. I still don't know why it's on the weird height, but that looks like a much more healthy shape. Okay, now the problem that we now have, obviously, well, first of all, where's my spectator cam here? View, 2 viewports. Okay, stop doing that. Okay, we'll see whether that makes sense, but I don't know which way this needs to go. We need to do some more changes in a minute to make this work, but let's start with this and see if this will work. Cool.
Our character for floating up all of a sudden.
My movement, of course, is way too small now, but I'm also okay. First, have a look. Okay, that's tiny now. So that's something that we then need to do as well. Okay, cool. Because everything gets scaled at this point. All right, so let's have a look. Let's see, so origin 10, which also means that I need to go do that. Oh, nice to make. And the same with the wand. Transfer. Then, boom. Move you out of the way a bit more. Yeah. I might need to make this bigger as well. I'm not quite sure about that. Or that might actually be different between the two. Because this one is outside of the origin point. I don't know. Oh no, of course that needs to be bigger because we're in here. Okay. Let's just see what that does. Now we see our character also floating up, and that's because I think the what you call it? The nav mesh is higher, and I'm not sure why that is, but we might need to do something about that. Let's see if this now wants to work. I think my wand is being difficult again, but my glasses are properly sized now. Oh, there's my wand. Yay. Come on. You can see that my raycast is not working the way I expect. Okay, that might be be a problem if I mesh it. There we go. Okay. Not quite sure what's going on there. Oh, I think I do know what's going on there. Let's make that a bit longer, shall we? Okay. All right. Target vector and up vector can't be parallel to each other. That's interesting. I wonder why he comes up with that. Okay. Here we go. Okay, I need to make the speeds different. But the big question is, that works. Hey, look at that. Okay. Now, there are still some issues to solve, but it's starting to work. Yeah. Okay, so I just want to get the speed right. But there are a few more things that aren't working completely the way that they should. I'm not quite sure why, but I think that's more to solve in the plugin. Okay. So movement speed can now be 1. And then in our player scripts, we have movement speed can be 5. All right, let's test that. And if that works, actually I want to go and put the camera a bit different place. 3D, spectator cam. I'm actually going to go. So you guys can see a bit more what I'm trying to do. Right. Right. Yeah, this is pretty cool. Okay, so we can see that the character is flying a little bit. It's interesting. So it's not perfect yet. There's something still wrong with our navigation mesh. But other than that, it's working pretty well. Alrighty. Cool. All right. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that result. I found a few problems with the TiltFive library that I need to start looking at and talking to Patrick about. I think there is an issue with the world scale that the IPD gets affected by it in the wrong way. So I need to have a look at that, whether that's a problem in my headset or a problem in the plugin. And I need to start looking at some more signals when glasses are added and removed, so that we can properly do things with that and properly register signals with that. So we don't have to do the ugly get main thing, get node main. And then there's a whole bunch of other things that are fun to add, like making the spectator cam follow a certain player around, that sort of stuff, right? So, all in all, you know, it was a bit of a struggle to get it all to work, but for a first attempt, and especially after I hadn't touched the TiltFive for a little while, and had forgotten about how a few things worked, all in all, it's generally working pretty decently. Yeah, I probably wanna do some other little things just to. Actually, there's one more thing that I want to do, just for fun. Can I? No, I need the signals for that I haven't got yet, because I'm thinking about putting a little view here of what I'm seeing through the glasses, but I'll leave that for another time. So yeah, all in all, I think we're pretty close to it working the way that it should. I just need to play around with it a little bit more and see where we end up with that. Sweet. So yeah, a few things more to fix, and once we do that, I'll and again, once there is a proper beta release, or sorry, when there's a proper official release of the TiltFive drivers that Godot needs, I'll probably be doing a proper video to explain what we're doing and what we need to do. But hopefully this has been a nice little introduction with what we can do. Malcolm, I can highly recommend playing around with TiltFive. Yeah, you know, Godot XR Tools does not fit well because the interface is very different. But an XR Tools type library, maybe. I think it makes more sense to add more default logic to the TiltFive library. Or to the plugin, I mean, because again, it's very specific to what that is doing. And yeah, I might actually continue with this little experiment. Maybe next week I'll try and do another stream about this, and maybe use that stream also to fix a few problems in here, and see if we can actually get this. This fully functional, and then this might actually become a demo that I will publish for the TiltFive. So yeah, for a first attempt, playing around with it, not too unhappy about it. Lots of things still to fix, but yeah. Oh, and the other thing, of course, is I really need to start looking into doing some mixed reality on this so that you guys can actually see what we're doing. I really wish that I could get Mixcast to work, because that really is pretty cool, because then I can just put a camera up near my... I actually need to find a tripod for that, but I could put a camera up and then have Mixcast superimpose the view. That would be really cool. But yeah, that's I think a future thing. I think I'm gonna leave it there tonight, guys. It's 1 a.m. for me, and I need to get my boy to school tomorrow morning, so I don't want to be too late and too sleepy. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Well, for anybody who's watching this later, I hope it wasn't a very long sit, because It took a little while to get some things to work the way that we wanted it to get to work. But all in all, for a first proper experiment, I'm happy where I ended up. So, I wish you all a good night or a good day wherever you are, whatever time it is where you are. I mean, and I hope to do another stream soon again. I'm glad it seems to be holding up tonight, and while I'm getting plenty of speed warnings from YouTube, it seems to have ran without that much hiccups. Cool. See you guys next time.